Hello, traveler, on this storm-swept night. Tonight I want to take you somewhere forgotten, not to a battlefield, not to a throne room, but to a quiet place, a place of stone walls and flickering firelight, a place where stories are traded, whispers shared, and not all the guests are what they seem. This is not the tale of a hero, nor a villain, just a weary soul, caught in wind and rain, seeking warmth behind ancient doors. But in that warmth waited other voices, other eyes, other memories. So dim the lights, wrap yourself in something warm, let the storm rage outside, and come inside this old caravanserai, because what you're about to hear is a collection of tales, nested like dreams within dreams. Some may comfort you, some may follow you into sleep, and some you may wish you could forget. But first, let me ask you, where are you listening from? And what time is it there? Because even across miles and midnights, a shared story still binds us. And if you too believe that some fires never truly die, and that every traveler carries a secret, then don't forget to like and subscribe, because these stories stay alive with you. The wind carries stories tonight, and I am walking toward one of them. My feet have grown heavy on this mountain path. Each step echoes against the stone walls that rise on either side of me, creating a rhythm that matches my weary heartbeat. The cold seeps through my woolen cloak, finding every gap in the fabric, every weakness in my resolve. I have been walking for days now, perhaps weeks. Time has become fluid, like water running between my fingers. The villages behind me have faded into memory, and the road ahead stretches endlessly into darkness. My horse. I lost her 3 days ago. Poor creature stumbled on loose stones and never rose again. I whispered a prayer over her still form before continuing on foot. The moon hangs thin and silver above me, casting long shadows across the rocky terrain. In the distance I can hear the lonely cry of a night bird. The sound echoes off the mountains, multiplying until it seems the whole world is calling out in solitude. My breath forms small clouds in the frigid air. Each exhale reminds me how alive I am, how desperately I need warmth, shelter, rest. The leather pouch at my side contains only a few coins and a crust of bread. My water skin grows lighter with each sip, but then, there in the distance, a shape emerges from the darkness. At first, I think it might be another outcropping of rock, another cruel trick of moonlight and shadow. But as I draw closer, the outline becomes clearer, more defined, human-made. It is a caravanserai. The ancient stone structure sits like a sleeping giant against the mountainside. Its walls are weathered and worn, marked by centuries of wind and rain. The wooden doors hang slightly ajar, as if inviting weary travelers to enter. Most of the windows are dark, but there is a faint glow emanating from within, a light, warmth, the possibility of rest. I approach slowly, my footsteps crunching on gravel. The building is larger than I first thought, built in the traditional style with thick walls and a central courtyard. Carved above the entrance, barely visible in the moonlight, are words in old script. I cannot read them, but somehow I understand their meaning. Peace to all who enter. The heavy wooden door creaks as I push it open. The sound echoes through what appears to be a vast chamber. Inside, the air is warmer, tinged with the scent of old wood and something else. Something comforting. Burning embers, perhaps, or the lingering warmth of human presence. My eyes adjust slowly to the dimness. The main hall is circular, with stone columns supporting a domed ceiling. Around the perimeter, I can make out the shapes of sleeping alcoves, each one empty and silent. In the center of the room, a fire pit contains the glowing remnants of what was once a substantial fire. The coals pulse with a deep red light, like a beating heart. I am alone. The silence is profound, broken only by the distant whisper of wind through the stone passages. My footsteps echo as I walk toward the fire pit. The warmth reaches out to me, embracing me with gentle fingers. I extend my hands toward the coals, feeling life return to my frozen fingers. There is wood stacked nearby. Dry, seasoned logs that crackle as I place them carefully on the glowing embers. The fire springs to life with a soft whoosh, casting dancing shadows on the ancient walls. The light reveals more details of my surroundings: worn carpets, empty brass lanterns, the faint outlines of old murals depicting traveling merchants and their caravans. I settle onto a worn cushion beside the fire, my muscles finally relaxing for the first time in days. The warmth seeps into my bones, melting away the cold that has been my constant companion. I close my eyes and listen to the crackling flames, the distant wind, the settling of old stones. This place has seen countless travelers, I think, merchants carrying silk and spices, pilgrims seeking sacred sites, soldiers returning from distant battles. Each one has sat beside this fire, warmed themselves, shared stories, found peace. I am just one more soul in an endless procession of human wanderers. The thought brings me comfort. I am not alone in my journey. Others have walked this path before me, and others will walk it after I am gone. We are all connected by the simple need for warmth, for shelter, for the companionship of fellow travelers. I pull my cloak tighter around my shoulders and gaze into the flames. They dance and flicker, creating patterns that seem almost meaningful, like ancient writing or the movements of a slow dance. The fire speaks without words, telling stories of its own. Time passes, I am not sure how much. The fire burns steadily, consuming the wood with patient hunger. My eyelids grow heavy, and I find myself drifting between waking and sleeping, between the present moment and distant memories. And then, I hear footsteps, soft, measured steps, approaching from the shadowy passages beyond the main hall. I sit up straighter, suddenly alert. The footsteps grow closer, echoing off the stone walls. Someone else has found this place. A figure emerges from the darkness. He is tall and lean, wrapped in a simple brown robe. His head is partially covered by a hood, but I can see his face in the firelight. It is weathered and kind, with deep lines around his eyes. His beard is silver white, and his hands hold a string of wooden prayer beads. He moves with the fluid grace of someone who has spent years in meditation and prayer. A dervish, I realize, one of the wandering mystics who seek God through contemplation and service. "Peace be upon you, brother," he says, his voice barely above a whisper. It carries the weight of deep calm, like still water. "And upon you peace," I reply, the traditional greeting feeling natural on my lips. He approaches the fire slowly, respectfully, as if asking permission to share its warmth. I gesture to the space across from me, and he settles cross-legged on the stone floor. His prayer beads click softly as he arranges them in his lap. For a long moment, we sit in comfortable silence. The fire crackles between us, creating a bridge of light and warmth. I study his face, noting the deep serenity there. This is a man who has found something precious in his travels, something that radiates from within. "You have been walking long," he observes, not really a question. "Yes," I answer, "many days. My horse, she is gone now." He nods, understanding. The path teaches us to release what we cannot keep, including ourselves. His words hang in the air like incense. There is wisdom in them, but also a gentleness that makes me want to hear more. "I have not always been a wanderer," he continues, his fingers moving slowly along his prayer beads. "Once, I was a merchant in Damascus. I had a shop, a wife, children. I thought I understood the world." The fire pops softly, sending a shower of sparks upward. They dance briefly in the air before fading to nothing. "But the world has its own plans for us, doesn't it?" he says with a slight smile. "One day, everything I thought I knew changed." I lean forward slightly, drawn by his quiet voice. There is something hypnotic about his manner of speaking, as if each word has been carefully chosen from a vast treasury of wisdom. "Tell me," I say softly. He is quiet for a moment, his eyes reflecting the firelight. When he speaks again, his voice takes on the cadence of storytelling, rhythmic and soothing. "I was 35 years old, young enough to believe I had conquered life, old enough to have responsibilities that bound me to one place. My shop sold fine textile, silk from the east, wool from the north, cotton soft as cloud, People came from distant cities to see my wares. He pauses, his thumb running over one of the prayer beads. I was proud of my success. Proud of my reputation. I thought wealth meant wisdom, that accumulation meant accomplishment. Each morning, I would wake before dawn to arrange my goods, to prepare for the day's business. I lived for the sound of coins, the rustle of fabric, the satisfaction of a profitable transaction. The wind outside picks up, causing the fire to flicker more dramatically. The shadows on the walls seemed to dance with his words. But there was a beggar who came to my shop. Every few days he would appear at my door. An old man, bent with age, his clothes worn thin. He never asked for money, only for water, or a moment's rest in the shade of my awning. His voice grows softer, more reflective. I tolerated him at first, even gave him water sometimes, but as my business grew, I began to see him as an inconvenience, a reminder of poverty that might discourage my wealthy customers, so I started turning him away, firmly, sometimes harshly. He closes his eyes for a moment, as if seeing something from long ago. One day he came as usual. It was summer, and the heat was terrible. He looked more frail than ever, and his lips were cracked from thirst. He asked for water, and I refused. I told him to go away, that he was bad for business. I watched him walk away, his steps slow and uncertain. The fire has settled into a steady burn now, casting consistent warm light. The dervish's face is peaceful, but I can sense the weight of memory in his words. He died that afternoon, collapsed in the street, not far from my shop. People said it was the heat, combined with hunger and thirst. I attended his funeral. The Imam spoke of mercy, of our duty to care for the least among us. I stood there, listening to those words, and I felt empty. He opens his eyes and looks directly at me. That night, I could not sleep. I kept thinking about the water I had refused. Such a small thing, a cup of water, but in that moment, I had chosen commerce over compassion, profit over humanity. I had failed a fundamental test. His fingers continue their slow progress along the prayer beads. The next day, I closed my shop. I gave my goods to the poor, my house to a family in need. I said goodbye to my wife and children, knowing they would be cared for by her family. And I began to walk. Just like that, I ask, drawn into his story. He nods. Just like that, I walked into the desert, carrying only water, bread and these prayer beads. I had no destination, no plan. I simply walked. The fire crackles gently, as if punctuating his words. The desert is a teacher unlike any other. It strips away everything unnecessary, everything false. Under that vast sky, with nothing but sand and silence, I began to understand things I had never seen before. He pauses, gathering his thoughts. I walked for weeks. My feet became tough as leather. My skin darkened and weathered. I learned to read the wind, to find water in the most unlikely places. But more than that, I learned to listen to the silence between my thoughts. What did you hear? I ask, genuinely curious. Everything, he says simply. The heartbeat of the earth, the whisper of eternity, the voice that speaks without words. In the merchant's life, I had been surrounded by noise, the clatter of commerce, the chatter of customers, the constant calculation of profit and loss. But in the desert, in the silence, I heard the truth. He lets the words settle before continuing. I learned that we are all connected. The merchant and the beggar, the wealthy and the poor, the wise and the foolish. We are all part of the same vast story, the same divine breath. What we do to others, we do to ourselves. What we withhold from others, we withhold from our own souls. The wind outside seems to have calmed, as if the world itself is listening to his words. I walked until I reached an oasis, where a group of Sufi mystics had made their home. They welcomed me, fed me, taught me. Their practices, I learned to whirl in prayer, to chant the sacred names, to find God in the turning of the seasons and the beating of my own heart. He holds up his prayer beads, letting them catch the firelight. These beads were a gift from my teacher. Each one represents a quality of the divine: compassion, mercy, wisdom, patience. I have carried them for 20 years now, and they remind me that every encounter is an opportunity to practice these qualities. And since then, I ask, since then, I have walked from city to city, from village to village. I carry no money, own no property. I trust in the kindness of strangers, in the providence of the divine. I offer what I can: a prayer, a word of comfort, a moment of presence. And in return, I receive everything I need. He gestures to the fire, to the shelter around us. Like tonight, I was walking in the cold, in need of warmth, and I found this place, and I found you, brother, another soul on the journey. This is how the universe works. We are provided for, in ways we cannot predict or control. I find myself deeply moved by his words. There is such peace in his voice, such acceptance. I think about my own journey, my own struggles with meaning and purpose. Do you ever regret it? I ask. Leaving your family, your old life. He considers this carefully, his thumb moving along the prayer beads. Regret implies that I made a mistake. But I have learned that there are no mistakes, only lessons. My family understands now. My children have grown strong and wise. My wife remarried a good man who cares for her. They are happy, and they remember me with love, not resentment. He smiles gently, and the beggar, his death was not in vain. It awakened me to truth. In a way, he was my greatest teacher. Through his suffering I learned compassion. Through his death I found life. The fire has burned down to glowing coals again, but the warmth remains strong. I feel as though I am in the presence of something sacred, something that has been purified by years of spiritual practice. What about you, brother? He asks quietly. What has brought you to this lonely road? I consider his question, looking into the coals. My own story seems smaller somehow, less profound than his journey from merchant to mystic. I'm searching for something, I say finally. I'm not sure what: purpose, maybe, or peace. I've been walking for weeks, hoping to find answers. He nods knowingly. The path itself is the answer. Every step, every breath, every moment of uncertainty. We think we are walking toward a destination, but really we are walking toward ourselves. His words resonate deeply within me. I feel a shift in my understanding, as if a door has opened in my mind. The divine speaks to us in many ways, he continues, through the wind, through the fire, through the kindness of strangers, through stories shared in the darkness. Sometimes we must lose ourselves completely before we can find who we really are. We sit in comfortable silence again, watching the coals pulse within a light. I feel different somehow, as if his story has planted a seed in my soul. The restlessness that has driven me for weeks seems to have quieted. Sleep now, brother, he says softly. Tomorrow will bring new steps, new discoveries. Rest while you can. I arrange my cloak around me and lie down on the stone floor. It is surprisingly comfortable, warmed by the fire's heat. As I eyes my eyes, I can hear the dervish's quiet breathing, the soft click of his prayer beads, as he continues his meditation. In the space between waking and sleeping, I think about his words, about the beggar who became a teacher, about the merchant who became a mystic, about the truth that can only be found by losing everything we think we know. The fire crackles softly, like a gentle lullaby. The wind outside whispers stories of its own, and somewhere in the darkness, I hear the sound of new footsteps approaching. But I do not wait. I am held in the embrace of deep peace, surrounded by the warmth of the fire and the presence of a holy man who has found his way home. The footsteps grow closer, but they do not disturb the profound stillness that has settled over the caravanserai. Another wanderer has found shelter, another soul has been drawn to the light, and in my dreams, I am walking through a vast desert, following the sound of prayer beads clicking in the wind, learning to listen to the silence between my thoughts. Time moves differently in places like this. I drift between sleep and wakefulness, between dreams and reality. The fire burns steadily, tended by invisible hands. The dervish remains in meditation, his presence a constant source of calm. When I next become aware, the fire has been built up again. Fresh wood crackles with renewed energy, casting dancing shadows on the walls. The dervish sits exactly as before, his prayer beads moving slowly through his fingers. But we are no longer alone. A new figure sits beside the fire, slightly apart from us. She is elderly, with silver hair, partially covered by a worn but clean headscarf. Her face is lined with years of experience, but her eyes hold a gentle warmth. She wears simple traveling clothes and carries a small bundle beside her. She looks up as I stir, offering a soft smile. "Good evening, young man," she says, her voice carrying the warmth of a grandmother. "I hope I didn't wake you." "Not at all," I reply, sitting up. "I was only dozing." The dervish acknowledges her presence with a slight nod, but continues his meditation. The old woman seems content to sit quietly, warming her hands by the fire. "Have you been traveling long?" I ask. "Oh, my whole life, it seems," she says with a gentle laugh. "Though I suppose everyone is traveling, in one way or another. Some just do it more obviously than others." There is something deeply comforting about her presence. She radiates the kind of peace that comes from having lived fully, from having experienced both joy and sorrow, and found wisdom in both. "I'm returning from a pilgrimage," she continues, adjusting her headscarf, "to visit the shrine of a saint. It's something I've done every year for, must be 30 years now." "The same shrine?" I ask, curious. "Yes, the same one. Some might think it foolish to make the same journey year after year, but I find that I'm always a different person when I arrive. The shrine remains the same, but I change. Each visit reveals something new." She gazes into the fire, her eyes reflecting the dancing flames. "Would you like to hear why I go there?" she asks, her voice taking on the cadence of storytelling. "It's not a long tale, but it's one that has shaped my life." I nod, drawn by her gentle manner. Even the dervish seems to be listening, though he continues his meditation. "It began many years ago," she starts, her voice soft and rhythmic. "I was young then, barely 18. The world was different, simpler, perhaps. Or maybe I was simply more innocent. I lived in a small village, the daughter of a baker. My days were filled with the scent of fresh bread, the warmth of the ovens, the comfortable routine of family life." She pauses, her fingers working at the edge of her headscarf. "There was a young man in our village. His name was Kemal. He was a soldier, but not by choice. In those days, the army would come through the villages, taking the strongest young men to fight in distant wars. Kemal was one of them." The fire crackles softly, punctuating her words. "But before he was taken, we had fallen in love. It was the kind of love that young people know, pure and absolute, and certain. We would meet by the old olive tree at the edge of the village, sharing dreams of the future. He would tell me about the house he wanted to build, the children we would have, the life we would create together." Her voice carries a note of wistfulness, but also deep tenderness. "When the soldiers came for him, we had one last night together. He gave me a small silver pendant, shaped like a crescent moon. He said it would protect me while he was away, and that he would wear its twin to keep him safe. We promised to wait for each other, no matter how long the war might last." She reaches into her bundle and pulls out a small object, holding it up to catch the firelight. It is indeed a silver pendant, tarnished with age, but still beautiful. "I wore it every day," she continues. Even after the years passed, even after the other soldiers returned and told us that Kemal had died in battle, even after my parents arranged my marriage to another man, I wore it, and I waited. The wind outside has picked up again, whistling through the stones of the Caravanserai. The old woman's voice remains steady, but I can hear the depth of emotion beneath her words. I married Ahmed, a good man, a kind man. He knew about Kemal, knew that part of my heart would always belong to another, but he loved me anyway, and in time I learned to love him too. We had 3 children together, built a life filled with small joys and daily blessings. She pauses, stroking the pendant with her thumb. But I never forgot Kemal, even as I grew old with Ahmed, even as our children grew and had children of their own. I carried the memory of that first love, and every year I would visit the shrine of the saint, praying for Kemal's soul, asking for peace for both of us. The fire settles into a steady burn, casting consistent, warm light. The old woman's face is peaceful, but I can sense the weight of decades in her words. Ahmed died 5 years ago, she continues. A good death, surrounded by family. He was ready to go, tired from a lifetime of honest work. Before he passed, he took my hand and said, "Go to him now. I'll be waiting when you're ready." Her voice catches slightly, but she continues. I didn't understand what he meant at first, but later, sitting alone in our house, I realized he was giving me permission to complete something that had been left unfinished. To find closure with the past, before joining him in whatever comes next. She looks directly at me, her eyes bright with unshed tears. So this year, when I made my pilgrimage to the shrine, I did something different. Instead of praying for Kemal's soul, I prayed for understanding. I asked the saint to help me understand what love really means, what it's meant to teach me. The dervish's prayer beads continue their soft clicking, creating a gentle rhythm beneath her words. And as I knelt there in the sacred space, surrounded by the prayers of countless pilgrims, I felt peace. Not the peace of forgetting, but the peace of understanding. I realized that love isn't about possession or even permanence. It's about connection. It's about the way one soul can touch another and leave it forever changed. She holds up the pendant again, letting it catch the firelight. Kemal and I loved each other for a brief time, but that love echoed through my entire life. It taught me how to be vulnerable, how to give completely. That knowledge helped me love Ahmad more deeply, love our children more fully. One love didn't diminish the other. They were all part of the same divine gift. The fire pops softly, sending sparks upward. They dance briefly before fading to nothing. And I understood something else, she continues. The separation I felt from Kemal, it was an illusion. Love doesn't die when the beloved dies. It transforms. It becomes part of who we are. In a way, I carry both of them with me now. Kemal and Ahmad, their love lives on in my heart, in my actions, in the way I treat others. She tucks the pendant back into her bundle, but keeps her hand resting on it. The shrine keeper told me something beautiful. He said that all love is one love, flowing through us like a river. We think we love different people in different ways, but really we're all just channels for the same divine current. When we love deeply, we touch something eternal. Her words hang in the air like incense, filling the space with their warmth. So I'm returning home now, but not to emptiness. I'm returning to a life filled with love's echoes. I'll tend my garden, help my neighbors, play with my grandchildren, and in everything I do, I'll be loving through the love that Kemal and Ahmed taught me. The wind outside has calmed again, as if the world itself is listening to her story. I find myself deeply moved by her words, by the grace with which she has carried both joy and sorrow. Do you still miss them? I ask softly. She considers this for a moment, her eyes reflecting the firelight. I miss their physical presence, of course, the sound of Ahmed's laugh, the warmth of his hand in mine, the dreams I shared with Kemal, the future we planned together, but I don't miss them in a way that causes suffering. Instead, I feel grateful for the love they gave me, grateful for the lessons they taught me. She adjusts her headscarf, smoothing it with weathered hands. I've learned that grief is just love, with nowhere to go. But that's not really true, is it? Love always has somewhere to go. It goes into kindness shown to strangers, into wisdom shared with the young, into the way we care for the world they've left behind. The dervish's meditation seems to deepen, his breathing slow and rhythmic. The old woman's voice has taken on a hypnotic quality, soothing and profound. Every year at the shrine I would pray for Kamel's peace. This year, I realized he already had it. He had it from the moment he loved me, and I loved him. Peace isn't something we achieve, it's something we recognize. It's always been there, waiting for us to stop struggling and simply accept what is. She looks at me with grandmother's eyes full of warmth and understanding. What about you, young man? What brings you to this lonely road? I consider her question, feeling somehow that I owe her honesty after the gift of her story. I'm searching, I say finally, for meaning, I suppose, for my place in the world. I've been walking for weeks, hoping to find something, some sign of what I'm supposed to do, who I'm supposed to be. She nods knowingly. And what have you found so far? Stories, I reply, surprising myself with the answer. Tonight, I've found stories. The dervish's tale of transformation, your story of love and loss. They seem to be showing me something, but I'm not sure what. Stories are how we make sense of the world, she says gently. They're how we connect with each other, how we pass on wisdom. Maybe the search itself is the answer you're looking for. Her words echo the dervish's wisdom, creating a harmony of understanding that fills the space around us. I think, she continues, that we're all searching for the same thing, really. We want to matter. We want our lives to have meaning, to leave some mark on the world. But maybe the meaning isn't in the grand gestures or the great achievements. Maybe it's in the small moments of connection, the simple acts of love. She gestures to the fire, to the three of us gathered around it, like tonight, three strangers, sharing warmth and stories. This matters. This is meaningful. Not because it will change the world, but because it changes us. We'll each carry something of this moment forward, and that will touch others, and they'll touch others, like ripples in a pond. The fire has burned down to coals again, but the warmth remains strong. I feel as though I am in the presence of deep wisdom, hard-won through years of living, and loving, and letting go. Sleep now, dear one, she says softly. Tomorrow will bring new steps, new discoveries. Rest while you can. I lie down again on the stone floor, but sleep comes slowly. The old woman's words echo in my mind, weaving together with the dervish's story to create a tapestry of understanding. Love as a teacher, loss as a doorway, connection as the deepest truth. As I drift between consciousness and dreams, I think about the silver pendant she carries, the prayer beads that never leave the dervish's hands. These are not just objects, but anchors to meaning, reminders of transformation, symbols of the love that flows through all things. The fire crackles softly, like a gentle lullaby. The wind outside whispers stories of its own. And somewhere in the darkness I hear the sound of new footsteps approaching. But I do not wake fully. I am held in the embrace of deep peace, surrounded by the warmth of the fire, and the presence of souls who have found their way through the labyrinth of existence. The footsteps grow closer, but they do not disturb the profound stillness that has settled over the Caravanserai. Another wanderer has found shelter, another soul has been drawn to the light, and in my dreams, I am walking through a vast landscape of memory and possibility, following the sound of silver pendants chiming in the wind, learning to recognize the love that connects all things. The hours pass like prayer beads, through invisible fingers. I float between sleeping and waking, between dreams and the dancing firelight. The dervish remains in meditation, his presence a constant source of calm. The old woman has settled into her own rest, her breathing soft and regular. When I next become fully aware, the fire has been built up once more. Fresh wood crackles with renewed energy, casting new patterns of light and shadow on the ancient walls. But now we are joined by a third figure, one who sits slightly apart from the rest of us. This new arrival is different from the others. While the dervish radiates peace, and the old woman warmth, this figure carries something else entirely. He is wrapped in a dark cloak, his face hidden beneath a deep hood. I can see only his hands, pale and long-fingered, resting on his knees. He sits in complete stillness, more still than sleep, more still than death. There is something about his presence that changes the very air around us. The fire seems to burn differently, its light more intense, its shadows deeper. Time itself feels altered, as if we have slipped into a space between moments. The dervish's meditation continues, but I notice his prayer beads have stopped moving. The old woman sleeps peacefully, but her breathing has become so quiet it's barely audible. It's as if the arrival of this third figure has suspended the normal flow of existence. When he finally speaks, his voice is unlike any I have ever heard. It carries the weight of centuries, the depth of endless night, the whisper of wind through ancient stones. I have been waiting, he says, his words hanging in the air like incense smoke. I want to ask what he has been waiting for, but somehow the question doesn't form. Instead, I simply listen, drawn by the strange magnetism of his presence. You seek stories, he continues, his voice barely above a whisper. Stories that will show you truth, that will guide you home. But some stories exist outside the realm of ordinary telling. Some stories belong to the space between breathing, between heartbeats, between the world that is, and the world that might be. The fire flickers strangely, as if responding to his words. The shadows on the walls seem to move independently, creating patterns that hurt to look at directly. Would you hear such a story? He asks. Would you listen to words that come from the deep places, from the realm where time folds back on itself like a flower closing at dusk? I find myself nodding, though I'm not sure why. Something about his presence compels honesty, compels acceptance of whatever he offers. Then listen, he says, and let your mind release its grip on what you think you know. Let the boundaries dissolve. Let the story carry you where it will. He raises his head slightly, and I catch a glimpse of his face beneath the hood. It is ageless, neither young nor old, beautiful and terrible at once. His eyes are dark as starless night, deep as forgotten well. I am the keeper of the crossroads, he begins, his voice taking on the rhythm of ancient chanting. I am the guardian of the threshold between what was and what will be. I exist in the eternal now, the place where all possibilities converge. The fire crackles, but the sound seems to come from far away, as if we are hearing it through layers of dream. Long ago, before the cities rose, before the empires fell, before the first story was told around the first fire, there was a garden, not the garden of paradise, but its reflection, its echo in the world of form. It existed in the space between breaths, in the pause between thoughts, in the moment when the sleeper wakes and does not yet remember who they are. His words weave through the air like visible threads, creating patterns of meaning that bypass the rational mind. In this garden there grew a tree, not a tree of wood and leaves, but a tree of pure possibility. Its roots reached down into the source of all dreams, its branches stretched up into the realm of eternal truth. And upon this tree grew fruit, unlike any other, fruit that contained the essence of every story that had ever been told, or ever would be told. The shadows on the walls begin to move more rapidly, creating the illusion of branches swaying in an unfelt wind. The fruit of this tree was both beautiful and terrible. To eat of it was to know all things, to understand the connections between all stories, all lives, all moments. But such knowledge was not meant for ordinary consciousness. It could only be received by those who had learned to exist in the space between being and non-being. He pauses, and in the silence I can hear something that might be the sound of distant music, or the whisper of leaves that exist only in memory. There was a wanderer who came to this garden. Like you, he had been walking for a long time, seeking meaning, seeking truth. He had heard rumors of the tree legends passed down through generations of storytellers. Some said it was merely a myth. Others claimed it was the source of all wisdom. The fire dimmed slightly, as if drawing back to give his words more space. The wanderer searched for many years. He crossed deserts and mountains, sailed across wine-dark seas, walked through forests where the trees whispered secrets to those who knew how to listen. He met wise men and fools, saints and sinners, each one teaching him something about the nature of seeking itself. The hooded figure's voice grows softer, more hypnotic, but the more he searched, the more elusive the garden became. It seemed to exist always just beyond the next hill, just past the next river, just outside the next city. He began to wonder if he was chasing a phantom, a dream born of his own desperate need for meaning. The fire flickers again, and for a moment the shadows seem to form the outline of a great tree, its branches reaching toward the domed ceiling. Then one night, much like this one, he found himself in a place, very much like this place. An ancient caravanserai, empty except for the echo of countless travelers who had passed through before him. He built a fire, much as we have done, and sat alone with his thoughts. I feel a chill run down my spine. His words seem to be describing not just a story, but this very moment, this very place. As he sat by the fire, he began to understand something profound. The garden he had been seeking, it was not a place at all, it was a state of being. The tree of stories. It was not growing in some distant location, it was growing within him, had always been growing within him. The hooded figure raises his hand, and I see that his fingers are luminous, as if lit from within. He realized that every person he had met, every story he had heard, every moment of joy and sorrow he had experienced, these were the fruit of the tree. The garden was the space within himself, where all these experiences converged and became wisdom. The fire suddenly blazes higher, casting dancing shadows that seem to tell stories of their own. But this realization brought with it a terrible choice: to truly enter the garden, to truly eat of the fruit of the tree. He would have to release his attachment to the seeking itself. He would have to stop being the wanderer and become the wandered too. He would have to transform from the one who searches to the one who is found. The silence stretches between us, heavy with meaning. And so he sat by his fire, just as you sit by yours, and he chose to let go of the need to find, to achieve, to become. He chose to simply be present to whatever was arising in the moment. And in that choice, in that surrender, the garden opened around him. The hooded figure's voice becomes barely audible, a whisper that seems to come from the stones themselves. The tree appeared before him, its branches heavy with the fruit of infinite stories. But he understood now that he had always been sitting beneath its shade. Every moment of his life had been spent in the garden. Every breath had been a taste of the sacred fruit. He had been seeking what he had never lost, searching for what he had always possessed. The fire settles into a steady burn, but the light seems different now, more alive, more aware. And in that moment of understanding, he became the tree. His roots reached down into the source of all being. His branches stretched up into the realm of pure possibility. He became the storyteller, and the story, the seeker, and the sought, the question and the answer. The hooded figure lowers his hand, and the strange luminescence fades. He ceased to be a wanderer, and became a guardian, a keeper of the crossroads, where all paths converge. A witness to the eternal dance of seeking and finding, of losing and being found. The silence that follows is profound, filled with the weight of cosmic truth. I find myself struggling to understand what I have just heard, yet somehow understanding it perfectly. Is that, I begin, then stop, unsure how to frame the question. Is that, the hooded figure asks, his voice returning to its normal strange whisper. Is that what will happen to me, to all of us who seek? He is quiet for a long moment, as if considering how to answer. All stories are one story, he says finally. All journeys are one journey, all seekers are one seeker. The details change, the faces change, but the essence remains constant. We are all walking toward the same garden, the same tree, the same moment of understanding. The dervish's prayer beads resume their soft clicking, as if time has begun to flow normally again. The old woman stirs slightly in her sleep, her breathing becoming more audible. But, the hooded figure continues, The path is different for each traveler. Some find the garden through service, like our friend here. He gestures toward the dervish. Others find it through love, through the acceptance of loss and the recognition of connection. He nods toward the sleeping woman. And others find it through the simple act of listening, of being present to the stories that arise in the darkness. He looks directly at me, and I feel as though he is seeing not just who I am, but who I might become. The garden is not a destination, he says. It is a recognition. It is the moment when you realize that you have always been exactly where you needed to be, that every step of your journey, every moment of doubt and confusion, every instance of joy and sorrow, all of it has been leading you to this understanding. The fire crackles softly, and I realize that the shadows on the walls have returned to normal. The sense of otherworldly presence remains, but it feels more gentle now, more accepting. What happens now? I ask. Now, he says, you continue to walk, but you walk with different eyes, with different understanding. You carry the stories you have heard tonight, and they will change you even if you don't fully understand how. And someday, when the time is right, you will sit by a fire like this one, and you will tell your own story to another weary traveler. He stands slowly, his movements fluid and graceful. The circle closes and opens, closes and opens. The story ends and begins, ends and begins. We are all both storyteller and audience, teacher and student, guardian and pilgrim. As he moves toward the shadows at the edge of the firelight, his form seems to become less solid, more translucent. Sleep now, he says, his voice already fading. Rest in the garden that has always surrounded you. Dream of the tree that grows within your heart. And when you wake, remember that every dawn is a new beginning, every step a new story, every breath a new opportunity to recognize the sacred in the ordinary. He disappears into the darkness, leaving only the faint echo of his words and the lingering sense that something profound has occurred. I sit by the fire, trying to process what I have experienced. The hooded figure's story seems to exist on multiple levels simultaneously. A tale of ancient seekers, a description of the spiritual journey, a mirror of my own experience. I feel changed by it, though I cannot yet say exactly how. The dervish continues his meditation, but I sense that he too has been affected by the stranger's presence. The old woman sleeps peacefully, a slight smile on her weathered face, as if she is dreaming of silver pendants and eternal love. The fire burns steadily, consuming the wood with patient hunger. The shadows have returned to their normal dance, but they seem friendlier now, more welcoming. The wind outside has calmed to a gentle whisper, carrying with it the scent of dawn still hours away. I close my eyes and let the hooded figure's words wash over me again. The garden that exists in the space between breaths, the tree that grows within the heart, the fruit of infinite stories, the recognition that we are all walking toward the same understanding, the same moment of awakening. For the first time in weeks, I feel truly at peace, not the peace of arrival, but the peace of acceptance, the understanding that the journey itself is the destination, that the seeking itself is the finding, that the stories we carry are the treasures we have been searching for all along. The fire crackles softly, like a gentle lullaby. The dervish's prayer beads continue their rhythmic clicking. The old woman's breathing creates a counterpoint of contentment, and somewhere in the convergence of these sounds, I hear the whisper of a larger story, one that includes all of us, all travelers, all seekers, all souls walking the endless path toward understanding. I drift into sleep, cradled by the warmth of the fire and the presence of fellow pilgrims. And in my dreams, I am walking through a garden where every step reveals new wonders, where every tree is heavy with the fruit of infinite stories, where every path leads both away from and toward the same sacred center. The night deepens around us, holding us in its embrace. The Caravanserai stands sentinel against the darkness, its ancient stones whispering tales of countless travelers who have found refuge within its walls. And the fire burns on, tended by invisible hands, keeping watch over souls who have found their way to this crossing of paths, this convergence of stories, this moment of recognition and the eternal dance of seeking and finding. The time moves like honey in the deep hours of night. I float between dreams and waking, between the stories I have heard and the story I am living. The fire burns steadily, its light holding back the darkness, its warmth holding back the cold, its presence holding back the solitude that has been my companion for so long. The dervish sits in perfect stillness, his meditation deep and unbroken. The old woman sleeps peacefully, her face serene in the firelight. The hooded figure has vanished as mysteriously as he appeared, leaving only the echo of his words and the sense that something fundamental has shifted in the fabric of reality. I lie on the stone floor, my cloak wrapped around me like a cocoon. The stones have absorbed the heat of the fire, warming my body even as the profound stillness warms my soul. I feel different somehow, as if the stories I have heard have become part of my very being. The dervish tale of transformation echoes in my mind. The merchant who became a mystic through the simple act of recognizing his own capacity for compassion. The beggar who became a teacher through his death, showing another soul the path to awakening. The desert that stripped away everything false, revealing the truth that had always been there. The old woman's story of love and loss weaves through my consciousness like a gentle melody. The young soldier who died in battle, but whose love lived on, transforming into something larger than itself. The husband who understood that love is not possession, but gift, not permanence, but presence. The shrine where she learned that all love is one love, flowing through us like a river of light. And the hooded figure's mystical tale of the garden and the tree of infinite stories. The seeker who discovered that what he sought was not a place, but a state of being. The wanderer who transformed from one who searches to one who is found. The tree that grows within the heart, bearing the fruit of all experiences, transformed into wisdom. These stories seem to be pointing towards something, converging on a truth that I can almost grasp, but not quite hold. It's as if they are three facets of a single jewel, three movements of the same symphony, three paths leading to the same destination. I think about my own journey, the weeks of walking that have brought me to this place, the restlessness that drove me from my old life, the questions that have burned in my heart, like unquenched fire, the sense that I was seeking something essential, something that would make sense of all the confusion and doubt. And now, lying here in this ancient caravanserai, surrounded by the stories of fellow travelers, I begin to understand. The seeking itself has been the answer. The walking itself has been the arriving. The questioning itself has been the discovery. Every step I have taken has been leading me to this moment of recognition. Every doubt has been clearing away what was false. Every moment of loneliness has been preparing me for this connection with kindred souls. Every story I have heard tonight has been a mirror, reflecting back to me the truth of my own journey. The fire crackles softly, as if responding to my thoughts. The flames dance with a rhythm that seems almost musical, almost like the clicking of prayer beads, or the whisper of silver pendants, or the rustle of pages in a book of infinite stories. I close my eyes and let myself sink deeper into the warmth and stillness. In this state, between sleeping and waking, the boundaries between self and other, between story and reality, between seeking and finding, begin to blur and dissolve. I am the dervish, walking into the desert with nothing but prayer beads and the memory of a beggar's thirst. I am the old woman, carrying the silver pendant of first love, while learning to love again and again. I am the hooded figure, existing in the space between stories, between breaths, between the world that is and the world that might be. I am the merchant and the mystic, the young girl and the grandmother, the seeker and the garden, the wanderer and the tree. All these stories are my story. All these journeys are my journey. All these recognitions are my recognition. The fire burns lower, but its light seems to grow brighter, more penetrating. The shadows on the walls no longer seem like mere absence of light, but like presence itself, like the dark spaces between words that give meaning to the words themselves. I understand now why I was drawn to this place, why my feet carried me along this particular path, on this particular night. I was meant to be here, to hear these stories, to experience this convergence of souls and tales and truths. This is my shrine, my desert, my garden. The recognition comes not as a sudden flash of insight, but as a gradual dawning, like the slow lightening of the sky before sunrise. I am not separate from the stories I have heard. I am not separate from the travelers who have shared them. I am not separate from the fire that warms us, or the stones that shelter us, or the wind that whispers outside. We are all part of the same vast story, the same eternal journey, the same endless dance of seeking and finding, of losing and being found. The boundaries between us are illusions, necessary for the story to unfold, but not ultimately real. In the deepest part of the night, in the quietest part of my heart, I find what I have been seeking, not a thing to be grasped, not a place to be reached, not a state to be achieved, but a recognition to be allowed, a truth to be acknowledged, a peace to be accepted. I am home. I have always been home. The journey was never about reaching a destination, but about recognizing that wherever I am already where I need to be. The seeking was never about finding something external, but about discovering what has always been present within. The fire burns on, tended by invisible hands. The dervish continues his meditation, his prayer beads moving in eternal rhythm. The old woman sleeps peacefully, her dreams filled with silver light and eternal love, and I rest in the space between stories, between breaths, between the seeker I was and the found I am becoming. The night deepens around us, but I no longer feel the darkness as absence. It is presence itself, the fertile void from which all stories emerge, the silence from which all music arises, the stillness from which all movement begins. I am held in the embrace of the eternal now, the moment that contains all moments, the story that includes all stories, the love that connects all souls. And in this embrace, find the peace that surpasses understanding, the rest that comes not from the end of seeking, but from the recognition that what we seek is what we are. The fire crackles softly, like a gentle lullaby. The wind outside whispers stories of its own, and somewhere in the convergence of these sounds, I hear the heartbeat of the universe itself, the rhythm that underlies all stories, all journeys, all moments of recognition. I sleep, but it is not the sleep of unconsciousness. It is the sleep of perfect presence, of complete acceptance, of total surrender to what is. And in this sleep, I am more awake than I have ever been, more alive than I have ever felt, more at home than I have ever known. The night holds us all in its embrace. The Caravanserai stands guardian over our rest. The fire burns on, keeping watch over souls who have found their way to this crossing of paths, this convergence of stories, this moment of recognition and the eternal dance of being. And in the deep hours before dawn, when the world is poised between darkness and light, between sleeping and waking, between the old day and the new, something shifts, something settles, something is completed, and something new begins. The first light of dawn seeps through the high windows of the Caravanserai like liquid gold. It falls in gentle shafts across the stone floor, illuminating motes of dust that dance in the air like tiny spirits. The fire has burned down to glowing embers, but its warmth still radiates through the circular hall. I wake slowly, naturally, without the jarring transition that often accompanies sleep. Instead, consciousness returns like a tide, gentle and inevitable. For a moment, I simply lie still, savoring the profound peace that fills my being. The stories of the night echo in my mind, but they no longer feel like external narratives. They have become part of me, woven into the fabric of my understanding. I sit up carefully, not wanting to disturb the sacred stillness that pervades the space. The fire pit contains only cold ashes now, though I could swear I saw glowing embers just moments before. The morning light reveals details I hadn't noticed in the darkness. Intricate carvings on the stone columns, worn smooth by centuries of touch. Traces of old murals on the walls, their colors faded but still hinting at scenes of travelers and merchants, pilgrims and seekers. And I am alone. The dervish is gone. No trace of his presence remains, except for the impression on the cushion where he sat. already fading as the morning air stirs through the hall. His prayer beads are nowhere to be seen, though I can still hear their gentle clicking in my memory. The old woman has vanished as well. Her traveling bundle is gone, her worn headscarf absent from the place where she rested. Only the faintest trace of her presence lingers, like the memory of a grandmother's embrace. The hooded figure. I'm not even sure he was ever truly there. His presence feels more like a dream now, a vision born of the deep night and the profound stillness. Yet his words remain crystal clear in my mind, his story of the garden and the tree of infinite possibilities. I should feel disturbed by their absence, confused by the inexplicable nature of their departure, but instead, I feel only gratitude, deep, overwhelming gratitude for the gift of their stories, their presence, their wisdom. They came when I needed them most, offered what I needed to hear, and departed when their purpose was fulfilled. I stand and stretch, my muscles stiff from sleeping on stone, but my spirit more flexible than it has been in years. The morning air carries the scent of mountain pines and the promise of a clear day. Through the windows, I can see the peaks touched with gold, the valleys still wrapped in shadow. My traveling pack sits where I left it, but it feels lighter now, not because I have consumed the food or water within, but because I am no longer carrying the weight of desperate seeking. The questions that drove me to this place have not been answered in the way I expected. Instead, they have been transformed, transmuted into something deeper and more peaceful. I gather my few possessions and make my way to the entrance. The heavy wooden door creaks as I push it open, revealing the world beyond. The mountain path stretches in both directions, disappearing around rocky outcroppings and through stands of evergreen trees. The air is crisp and clean, filled with the freshness of dawn. As I step outside, I turn back to look at the Caravanserai one last time. In the morning light, it appears different than it did in the darkness. More weathered, more ancient, more empty. The windows are dark, the door hangs slightly ajar as if no one has tended it in years. Yet I can feel the presence of all who have passed through these walls. The countless travelers who have sought shelter here, the stories that have been shared, the connections that have been forged. The building itself seems to pulse with accumulated human experience, a repository of souls touching souls across the centuries. I reach into my pack and pull out my water skin. I take a small sip, then pour the rest onto the ground beside the entrance. It's a gesture of gratitude, of offering, of recognition that I have received far more than I have given. The water seeps into the earth, disappearing without a trace, but I know it will nourish whatever grows here, just as the stories I heard last night will nourish whatever grows within me. I begin walking down the mountain path, my feet finding their rhythm easily, but this walking is different from the desperate flight that brought me here. Now I walk with purpose, not because I am seeking something, but because I am carrying something. The stories, the wisdom, the recognition that I am not separate from the vast web of human experience. The path winds through stands of pine and juniper, past rocky outcroppings that catch and hold the morning light. I can hear the sound of water running somewhere below, a stream that has carved its way through the mountainside for countless years. The sound is soothing, constant, eternal. As I walk, I find myself thinking about the dervish's story, the merchant who became a mystic through a single act of refuse, a cup of water withheld from a thirsty beggar. How small the moment was, how ordinary the choice, yet it became the catalyst for complete transformation. I think about my own small choices, the seemingly insignificant decisions that have shaped my journey. The moment I decided to leave my comfortable life, the choice to continue walking when my horse died, the decision to enter the Caravanserai last night instead of sleeping under the stars. Each choice has led to this moment, this path, this understanding. There have been no wasted steps, no meaningless detours. Everything has been part of the journey toward recognition. The old woman's story echoes in my mind as I walk, her tale of love that transcends death, of connections that endure beyond the physical realm. The silver pendant that became a symbol, not of loss, but of the eternal nature of love itself. Her realization that all love is one love, flowing through us like a river. I touch my chest, feeling the steady rhythm of my heartbeat. This too is love, I realize. The love that keeps me alive, that moves my blood, that connects me to every living thing. I am not separate from the love that flowed between the young soldier and his beloved, or between the old woman and her husband. I am part of it, swimming in the same vast ocean of connection. The path curves around a rocky promontory, and suddenly the view opens up before me. The valley stretches out below, dotted with small villages and crisscrossed by rivers that gleam like silver threads in the morning light. Somewhere down there, people are waking up, beginning their daily routines, living their own stories of seeking and finding. I stop and simply stand there, taking in the vastness of it all. The interconnectedness of all these lives, all these stories, all these journeys. From this height, I can see how the paths connect, how the rivers flow together, how the scattered settlements are all part of a larger pattern. The hooded figure's story returns to me. The garden that exists in the space between breaths, the tree that grows within the heart, the fruit of infinite stories. Looking out over this landscape, I begin to understand what he meant. The garden is not a place, but a perspective, a way of seeing that recognizes the sacred in the ordinary, the eternal in the temporal. Every village below is a flower in this garden. Every person, a story fruit on the tree of infinite possibilities. Every moment a breath in the eternal rhythm of existence. The recognition doesn't come as a sudden flash, but as a gradual dawning, like the sun rising over the mountains. I am part of this vast garden. I have always been part of it. My journey, my seeking, my moments of despair and doubt and discovery, all of it is part of the same eternal story that includes every other soul, every other seeker, every other moment of recognition. The wind picks up, stirring the trees around me. The sound reminds me of the dervish's prayer beads, of the old woman's gentle breathing, of the hooded figure's whispered words. They are all still with me, these companions of the night. Their stories have become part of my story, their wisdom part of my understanding. I begin walking again, but now I am walking not towards something, but with something. I carry their gifts within me, and I will carry them forward to whatever encounters await. Someday, perhaps I will sit beside a fire in another caravanserai, and I will share these stories with another weary traveler. The circle will continue, the pattern will repeat, the eternal dance of seeking and finding will go on. The path leads downward now, winding through terraced fields and olive groves. I can see a small village ahead, its whitewashed buildings gleaming in the morning sun. Smoke rises from chimneys, and I can hear the distant sound of voices, of life beginning another day. I will stop there, I decide. I will rest, perhaps help with some task, share a meal with strangers who will become friends. I will listen to their stories, and perhaps when the time is right, share some of what I have learned, not as wisdom to be taught, but as experience to be shared, as connection to be celebrated. The sun climbs higher, warming my face and hands. The path beneath my feet is solid and sure, and, in my heart, I carry the fire of the Caravanserai, the warmth of human connection, the stories that have transformed me from a seeker into a finder, from a wanderer into a bearer of light. The morning is full of possibility. The path stretches ahead, leading toward new encounters, new stories, new moments of recognition. And I walk it with joy, with gratitude, with the profound peace that comes from knowing I am exactly where I need to be, carrying exactly what I need to carry, becoming exactly who I am meant to become. Behind me, the Caravanserai stands sentinel against the mountainside, waiting for the next weary traveler, the next seeker of stories, the next soul, ready to discover that what they seek is what they are. The fire will burn again, the stories will be told again, the recognition will dawn again, and I will carry the memory of this night, this place, these companions, forward into whatever comes next. For I have learned that we are all part of the same vast story, all walking the same eternal path, all seeking the same recognition in the infinite dance of being. The village grows closer with each step. New stories await, new connections beckon, and I walk toward them with an open heart, a peaceful mind, and the deep knowing that I am home wherever I am, found wherever I go, loved wherever I may wander. The sun rises higher, painting the world in shades of gold and promise. The path leads on, as it always has, as it always will, and I follow it gladly, a storyteller carrying stories, a seeker who has found, a wanderer who has discovered that the journey itself is the destination, the seeking itself is the finding, the love itself is the answer to every question the heart can hold. The midnight Caravanserai grows smaller behind me, but its light continues to shine within me, illuminating the path ahead with the warm glow of recognition, connection, and eternal peace. Close your eyes and let your mind drift back through the centuries, back to a time when knights in gleaming armor rode across misty battlefields, when castles stood like ancient guardians against storm-swept skies, and when the fate of two great kingdoms hung in the balance for over 100 years. Imagine yourself standing on a hill overlooking the English Channel on a quiet morning in 1137. The sea stretches endlessly before you, its waters catching the first golden rays of dawn. On one side lies England, green and peaceful, while across those rolling waters sits France, vast and powerful. These two lands, separated by just a narrow stretch of water, are about to begin a conflict that will echo through the ages, a war so long that great-grandfathers who began it would never live to see their great-grandsons finish it. Take a deep breath and feel the cool morning air. Can you sense the tension building like storm clouds on the horizon? This is the story of the 100 Years' War, and you are about to witness one of history's most enduring struggles unfold like a tapestry, woven with threads of ambition, honor, and the relentless passage of time. Picture, if you will, the royal courts of medieval Europe, grand halls lit by flickering candlelight, where noble men and women in rich velvet and silk move like dancers in an endless, intricate ballet of politics and power. In these halls, marriage was not just about love, but about kingdoms, about claims to thrones that could span generations. Imagine yourself as a fly on the wall in the year 1328, in a French castle where shadows dance across stone walls. King Charles I of France lies dying, his breath growing shallow as courtiers whisper anxiously in the corridors. He has no sons to inherit his crown, and with his death, a question arises that will haunt Europe for over a century. Who has the right to rule France? Can you picture young Edward III of England, barely 15 years old, receiving the news across the Channel? His mother Isabella was Charles I's sister, and through her, Edward believed he had a claim to the French throne, but the French nobles had other ideas. They chose Philip of Valois, Charles's cousin, to be their king instead. Do you think young Edward simply accepted this decision? Close your eyes and imagine his frustration, his sense of injustice. The French crown, the most powerful throne in Europe, seemed within his grasp, only to slip away like morning mist. But there were other grievances simmering beneath the surface, like embers waiting to burst into flame. Picture the Duchy of Aquitaine, that rich wine-producing region in southwestern France. For generations, English kings had held this land as vassals to the French crown, a humbling arrangement that required them to kneel before the French king and swear fealty. Imagine the awkwardness of this situation, Edward III, King of England, having to bow before Philip VI of France for his French territories. Can you feel the tension in such a moment? The pride of kings is not easily bent, and this feudal arrangement created a constant source of friction between the two realms. Then there were the economic concerns that touched the lives of common people on both sides of the Channel. Picture the bustling wool markets of England, where merchants traded the finest fleece in Europe. Much of this precious wool found its way to Flanders, where skilled craftsmen wove it into luxurious cloth. But Flanders was officially under French control, creating a complex web of economic dependencies and political tensions. Imagine yourself as a wool merchant in 3036, watching nervously as political tensions threaten to disrupt the trade routes that have made you prosperous. The French king supports the Count of Flanders, while the Flemish towns, dependent on English wool, naturally lean toward England. Can you sense how these economic threads were becoming the rope that would help pull two kingdoms into war? Now let your mind drift to the year 1337. Picture Edward III, no longer the uncertain boy king, but now a man of 25, confident and ambitious. In the great hall of his palace, surrounded by his most trusted advisors, he makes a decision that will reshape the map of Europe. He formally claims the throne of France. Can you imagine the ripple of shock that ran through the French court when they received this news? Philip II, comfortable on his throne for nearly a decade, suddenly faced a challenge that struck at the very heart of his legitimacy. The war began not with great battles, but with raids and skirmishes, like a storm that starts with scattered raindrops before becoming a deluge. Picture English ships crossing the Channel, their sails full of wind and purpose, carrying soldiers who would soon set foot on French soil with conquest in their hearts. Imagine yourself in the French countryside in 1339, a peaceful morning shattered by the sound of approaching hoofbeats. English raiders sweep through villages like a summer storm, quick and devastating. But these early years of conflict were marked more by economic warfare than epic battles, a slow strangulation of trade routes and the disruption of normal life that touched every household in both kingdoms. Let your mind wander now to August 26, 1346, to a small town in northern France called Crécy. The afternoon sun beats down on rolling hills that will soon be transformed into one of medieval warfare's most famous battlefields. Picture Edward III, now the Black Prince, at his side, his eldest son just 16 years old, but already showing the courage that would make him a legend. They have landed in France with an army of about 9,000 men, and now they face a French force nearly twice their size. Can you feel the tension in the air, thick as morning fog? Imagine the English soldiers, many of them common men, farmers and craftsmen, who have learned to draw the longbow. These are not knights in shining armor, but ordinary people who have discovered they possess a weapon that can change the course of history. Picture them standing in neat formations, their longbows at the ready, each man knowing that his skill with this simple wooden weapon might determine the fate of kingdoms. Now envision the French army approaching, a magnificent sight that must have taken your breath away. Thousands of mounted knights, their armor gleaming like mirrors in the afternoon sun, their colorful banners snapping in the breeze. These are the flower of French nobility, men who have trained since childhood for this moment, who believe that honor and courage will triumph over any enemy. Can you hear the thunder of hooves as the French cavalry charges up the hill toward the English lines? For generations, the mounted knight had been the master of European battlefields, seemingly invincible in his steel shell. But something new was about to happen at Crécy, something that would change warfare forever. Picture the English archers, standing calm and steady despite the terrifying sight bearing down upon them. At their captain's command, they draw their bows and release. Imagine the sound, not just one arrow but thousands, creating a whisper that grows to a roar as the sky darkens with shafts of wood and steel. The French knights, brave and proud, ride straight into this storm of arrows. Their horses stumble and fall. Their armor, seemingly impenetrable, proves vulnerable to the bodking points, designed to pierce steel. Wave after wave of the finest cavalry in Europe breaks against the English lines like waves against a rocky shore. Do you think you could have stood your ground as those English archers did that day? Can you imagine the courage it took to face the charge of armored knights, trusting in nothing but your skill and your comrades beside you? By evening, the field of Crécy was covered with the fallen. The French had lost thousands, including King John of Bohemia, who, though blind, had insisted on charging into battle, tied to his knights so he could die with honor. The English losses were remarkably light, perhaps a few dozen men. To Edward III walking across the battlefield that night, surveying the aftermath of his triumph. The age of the mounted knight was not over, but it had received a blow from which it would never fully recover. The longbow in the hands of skilled English yeomen had proven that common men could defeat noble knights, that skill and discipline could triumph over tradition and ceremony. Let time flow like a gentle river and allow your mind to drift 10 years forward to September 1930-56. Picture the countryside near Poitiers, where autumn is painting the leaves in shades of gold and crimson. Here Edward the Black Prince, now 26 and seasoned by years of warfare, finds himself in a desperate situation. Imagine the young prince, his armor black as his nickname suggests, standing with barely 7,000 men, while King John II of France approaches with an army 4 times larger. The French have learned from Crécy they come prepared for English tactics, their confidence restored by superior numbers. Can you picture the morning mist rising from the fields as the two armies face each other? The Black Prince knows he is outnumbered and far from home. His men are tired from months of campaigning, their supplies running low. Yet in this moment of apparent weakness, imagine the quiet confidence in his voice as he addresses his soldiers. "My good fellows," he might have said, his words carrying across the morning air. "We may be few, but we are English and we fight for our king and our honor. Let each man do his duty this day, and God will give us victory." Do you think you would have felt fear or excitement in such a moment? Picture yourself among those English soldiers, looking across the field at the vast French army, knowing that your skill and courage would be tested as never before. The battle began, as so many medieval conflicts did, with the thunderous charge of cavalry. But this time, the French king had planned differently. Instead of sending his mounted knights against prepared English positions, he ordered many of his men to fight on foot, hoping to avoid the devastating arrow storms that had broken French cavalry at Crécy. Imagine the clash when the two armies finally met. The ring of steel on steel, the shouts of men in combat, the confusion and chaos of medieval warfare. For hours the battle raged with neither side able to gain a decisive advantage. The French numbers seemed likely to prevail through sheer weight of arms. But picture what happened next. At the crucial moment, when the battle hung in the balance like a coin spinning in the air, a small force of English cavalry, led by a knight named Jean de Grailly, struck the French rear. It was a perfectly timed maneuver that threw the French army into confusion just when victory seemed within their grasp. Can you imagine the moment when King John II of France realized his army was collapsing around him? This proud monarch, who had come to Poitiers confident of crushing the English raiders, suddenly found himself fighting for his life in the midst of a rout. Picture the extraordinary scene that followed. The King of France, one of the most powerful rulers in Europe, was captured on the battlefield by English soldiers. The man who had commanded 20,000 troops just hours before was now a prisoner, his crown and kingdom's future hanging in the balance. The Black Prince, they say, treated his royal captive with perfect courtesy, serving him at dinner with his own hands, and speaking to him with the respect due to a fellow monarch. Can you imagine this scene, victor and vanquished dining together while the fate of France trembled in uncertainty? As the years passed like seasons changing, France found herself in a state of chaos that would have broken a lesser nation. Picture the realm in the 1360s, their king imprisoned in London, the countryside ravaged by war, and bands of unemployed soldiers called ruchiers wandering the land like wolves, living off the fear and suffering of common people. Imagine yourself as a French peasant during these dark years. Your fields lie trampled by the hooves of countless armies, your crops seized to feed soldiers whose names and loyalties change with the seasons. In the distance you can see the smoke rising from your neighbor's village, and you wonder if your own home will be next. The Treaty of Bretigny in 1360 brought temporary peace, but at a terrible cost. Picture the French negotiators, forced to sign away vast territories to England and agree to pay an enormous ransom for their king's release. Can you imagine their humiliation as they put their seals to a document that gave away a third of France? But even as kings made treaties in their palaces, the suffering of common people continued. Picture the great companies, bands of professional soldiers with no war to fight, turning to brigandage. These men who had learned the arts of war in service to their lords, now used those same skills to terrorize the very people they had once protected. Do you think you could have endured such times? Can you imagine the strength it took for ordinary people to continue their lives, to plant crops they might never harvest, to raise children in a world where tomorrow promised only uncertainty? Yet France endured as nations do, drawing strength from sources that often surprise us. In the darkest hours, heroes emerge from the most unexpected places, and hope kindles like a flame that refuses to be extinguished. Allow your mind to drift to the 1370s when a new king had taken the French throne. Charles V, known as the Wise, was not a warrior in the traditional sense. Picture him, a thoughtful, scholarly man who preferred books to battlefields, who understood that wars could be won with patience and strategy, as well as with swords and arrows. Imagine Charles in his study, maps spread before him like a general planning a campaign. But instead of plotting one great battle, he was planning something far more subtle, a war of small actions, of avoided battles, of slowly strangling English power in France, without ever risking everything on a single throw of the dice. Charles found his perfect instrument in Bertrand du Guesclin, a Breton knight who understood that the old ways of warfare, the glorious charges and honorable single combat, were luxuries France could no longer afford. Picture du Guesclin, not tall or handsome like a knight from romance, but tough and cunning like a wolf that has learned to hunt in winter. Can you imagine the frustration of English commanders as they found themselves fighting an enemy that refused to meet them in open battle? Instead of facing the flower of French chivalry in grand tournaments of war, they found themselves harassed by small forces that struck like lightning and disappeared like morning mist. Picture English garrisons throughout France, isolated in their castles, like islands in an increasingly hostile sea. One by one, these strongholds fell to French forces that used patience instead of bravery, siegecraft instead of glory. The English, masters of the dramatic victory, found themselves slowly being strangled by an enemy that refused to grant them the decisive battle they needed. Do you think you would have had the patience for such warfare? Can you imagine the discipline it took to avoid the temptation of a glorious charge, to instead trust in the slow work of reclaiming France castle by castle, village by village? By 1380, when Charles V died, he had reduced English holdings in France to a few coastal cities. The great conquests of Edward III and the Black Prince had melted away like snow in spring, not lost in a single catastrophic defeat, but eroded by years of careful, patient strategy. Let your mind rest now in the quiet years that followed, when war gave way to an uneasy peace, broken only by occasional raids and skirmishes. Picture Europe in the 1380s and 1390s, weary of conflict, trying to heal the wounds that decades of warfare had inflicted. But peace, as you might imagine, brought its own challenges. In England, young Richard II struggled with nobles who had grown powerful during the wars. In France, the new king Charles VI began to show signs of the madness that would plague him throughout his reign. Can you picture the confusion and fear in the French court as their king descended into periods of insanity, sometimes not even recognizing his own family? Imagine the delicate balance of these years. Two kingdoms exhausted by war, but with the fundamental issues that had caused the conflict still unresolved. The English still claimed the French throne, the French still refused to recognize that claim, and between them lay the memories of all those who had died in battles from Crécy to countless forgotten skirmishes. During these years, picture the slow work of recovery, farmers returning to abandoned fields, merchants cautiously reopening trade routes, craftsmen rebuilding workshops destroyed by decades of warfare. It was the patient work of civilization reasserting itself, like flowers growing through the cracks in a battlefield. But as you rest in this peaceful interlude, can you sense the storm clouds gathering once again? In England, a new king was rising, Henry V, young, ambitious, and dreaming of reviving the glorious conquests of his great-grandfather Edward III. Now let your imagination carry you to the year 1415, to October 25th, the feast day of Saints Crispin and Crispinian. Picture the muddy fields near the village of Agincourt, where autumn rain has turned the earth into a quagmire that clings to every step. Imagine King Henry V of England, just 28 years old, standing with an army of perhaps 6,000 men, hungry, exhausted, and desperate to reach the safety of English-held Calais. But blocking their path is a French army of 25,000, confident in their overwhelming numbers and eager to avenge the humiliations of previous generations. Can you picture Henry on the morning of battle? They say he moved among his soldiers like a common man, speaking words of encouragement, sharing their fears and their hopes. "We few, we happy few, we band of brothers," he might have said, his words carrying across the misty dawn air to men who knew they might not live to see another sunset. Picture the French nobles, magnificent in their armor, many of them grandsons of men who had fought at Crécy and Poitiers. They had learned from their ancestors' defeats, or so they thought. This time, they would not charge recklessly into English arrows. This time, they would advance on foot, their armor proof against English shafts, their superior numbers grinding down English resistance through sheer weight of arms. Imagine the tension as the two armies faced each other across that muddy field. Hours passed with neither side willing to make the first move. The English, vastly outnumbered, needed the French to attack. The French, learning from past defeats, wanted to force the English to advance into their prepared positions. Finally, Henry ordered his men forward. Picture the English army, thin and tired, struggling through the mud, toward the massive French force. It seemed like madness, a few thousand exhausted soldiers attacking an army 4 times their size. But then something extraordinary happened, something that shows us how the unpredictable nature of warfare can turn the tide of history in a single moment. The French, seeing the English advance, could not resist the opportunity to crush their enemies. They began to move forward, thousands of armored men struggling through the same mud that had hindered the English. Can you imagine the chaos that followed? Picture thousands of French soldiers, weighed down by heavy armor, stumbling and falling in the treacherous mud. Those who fell often could not rise again, and their comrades, pressed forward by the mass of men behind them, had no choice but to step over the fallen. The English archers, following their traditional tactics, sent flight after flight of arrows into the struggling French ranks. But this time, it was not just the arrows that brought victory, it was the mud itself, the weather, the very earth of France conspiring to trap the French army in a situation where their numbers became a disadvantage rather than an asset. Picture the English men-at-arms, many of them fighting without armor because they could not afford it, wading into the chaos with swords and warhammers. These common soldiers found themselves fighting and defeating the greatest nobles of France, men whose ransoms could have made them rich for life. By the end of that impossible day, the field of Agincourt was covered with French dead. The flower of French nobility lay in the mud, dukes and counts and knights whose families had served French kings for centuries. The English losses were so light that many could scarcely believe the reports. Do you think Henry himself could have imagined such a complete victory when he woke that morning? Can you picture his amazement as he surveyed a battlefield that had transformed him from a desperate king fleeing for safety into the greatest military hero of his age? In the years following Agincourt, picture France descending into a nightmare that made the earlier stages of the war seem like a gentle dream. The defeat had been so complete, so devastating, that it shattered the confidence of a nation that had been slowly rebuilding itself. Imagine the court of the mad King Charles VII, where different factions fought for control of a kingdom that seemed to be dissolving before their eyes. The Burgundians, led by Duke John the Fearless, allied themselves with the English, seeing an opportunity to advance their own power. The Armagnacs, loyal to the Dauphin, the future Charles VII, struggled to maintain French independence. Can you picture the confusion of common people caught between these competing loyalties? In some villages, English soldiers were welcomed as liberators from French taxation and warfare. In others, they were resisted as foreign invaders. The very idea of France seemed to be fragmenting into 1,000 pieces. Henry V, emboldened by his victory, pressed his advantage with the methodical precision of a master craftsman. Picture him leading siege after siege, capturing one French stronghold after another. Unlike earlier English campaigns that had relied on dramatic raids and quick victories, Henry conducted a war of conquest, building a permanent English presence in northern France. Imagine the siege of Rouen in 1418–1419, where Henry demonstrated both his military skill and his ruthless determination. The city held out for months, its people slowly starving while Henry waited with the patience of a spider. When Rouen finally surrendered, Henry had proven that English power in France was no longer just a matter of winning battles. It was about governing conquered territory. The Treaty of Troyes in 1420 seemed to fulfill Edward III's wildest dreams from 80 years earlier. Picture the ceremony where Henry I was recognized as heir to the French throne, where he married Catherine, daughter of the mad French king. For a moment it seemed that England and France might be united under a single crown, that the Great War might end not in conquest, but in marriage. Can you imagine the hope that some people must have felt? After decades of warfare, perhaps there could finally be peace under a king who ruled both realms. But fate, as you might guess, had other plans. Let your mind dwell on the tragedy that followed. In 1422, within months of each other, both Henry I and Charles VI died, leaving the inheritance of two kingdoms to Henry's infant son. Picture that child, Henry VI, not yet a year old, crowned King of England and France, his tiny hands unable to hold the scepters that symbolized his vast but fragile inheritance. Imagine the English court, suddenly faced with the challenge of ruling France through a regency, while their king was still learning to walk. The great nobles who had followed Henry I into battle now found themselves governing vast territories with an authority that rested solely on military force and the memory of past victories. In France, meanwhile, the Dauphin, now calling himself Charles VII, established his court south of the Loire River. Picture this would-be king forced to rule from the shadows while enemies occupied his capital and questioned his very legitimacy. Some whispered that he was not even his father's true son, that he had no right to call himself King of France. Can you imagine the despair that must have settled over France during these years? The country was divided not just between English and French, but between different factions of French nobles who seemed more interested in fighting each other than in driving out the foreign invaders. Picture the countryside ravaged by years of warfare and now prey to bands of soldiers who served whatever master paid them best. Villages lay abandoned, their fields returning to wilderness. Wolves, they say, roamed closer to Paris than they had in living memory, as if the wild was reclaiming a land that civilization had abandoned. Yet, even in this darkest hour, when France seemed to be breathing her last, history was preparing one of its most extraordinary surprises, a peasant girl from a remote village, who would change the course of the war through nothing more than unshakable faith and indomitable courage. Now close your eyes and let your imagination carry you to the village of Domremy, in the borderlands between France and the Holy Roman Empire. Picture a simple peasant cottage, where a young girl named Jeanne of Arc, tends to her family's sheep and helps with the daily work that fills the lives of common people. Imagine Joan in 1428, just 16 years old, listening to the church bells that ring across the countryside. But Joan hears something more than bells. She hears voices, she claims, the voices of saints telling her that God has chosen her for a great mission. She must save France, they tell her. She must see the Dauphin crowned as the rightful King of France. Can you picture the reaction when this peasant girl announced her divine mission? Her parents thought she had lost her mind. The local lord she petitioned dismissed her as a deluded child. But Joan possessed something that all the nobles and generals of France seemed to have lost: absolute, unshakable confidence in her cause. Picture Joan's journey to the court of Charles VII in 1429, a peasant girl traveling through war-torn France, somehow convincing hard-bitten soldiers and cynical courtiers that God had indeed chosen her to save the kingdom. When she finally stood before the Dauphin, disguised among his courtiers to test her claimed supernatural powers, she picked him out immediately and spoke to him of things, they said, that only God could have revealed to her. Can you imagine the desperate hope that Joan's arrival kindled in French hearts? Here was someone who spoke not of careful strategy or political compromise, but of divine mission and absolute victory. After years of defeat and retreat, she offered something that had been missing from French councils: faith. The siege of Orléans was where Joan would prove herself. Picture the city in early 1429, surrounded by English fortifications, slowly starving as its people wondered if rescue would ever come. The English had been besieging Orléans for months, and its fall would open the heart of France to conquest. Imagine Joan's arrival at Orléans, a peasant girl in armor riding at the head of a relief army. The people, desperate for any sign of hope, saw in her something miraculous, a messenger from God who would deliver them from their enemies. Her very presence transformed the siege from a military operation into a religious crusade. Picture the assault on the English fortifications, Joan herself leading the charge with a banner bearing the names of Jesus and Mary. Whether through divine intervention or simply through the power of renewed French morale, the English lines crumbled, the siege was broken, and Joan had won her first great victory. Do you think you would have believed in Joan's mission if you had been there? Can you imagine the electric effect of her presence on soldiers who had known nothing but defeat for a generation? Following the liberation of Orléans, picture Joan's campaign to clear the English from the Loire Valley. Town after town fell to French forces that fought with a determination they had not shown in years. It was as if Joan's presence had awakened something in the French soul that had been sleeping since the disaster at Agincourt. Imagine the English commanders, suddenly faced with an enemy that no longer feared them. For decades, English armies had moved through France confident in their superiority, secure in their belief that they were destined to rule. Now they faced soldiers who believed that God himself fought on their side. Picture the scene at Reims Cathedral in July 1429, where Joan achieved her greatest goal, seeing Charles VII crowned as King of France in the traditional ceremony that made his legitimacy undeniable. Joan stood beside the altar, holding her banner, as the man she called her gentle king received the crown that the English had claimed belonged to their infant Henry VI. Can you imagine Joan's feelings at that moment? The peasant girl who had left her village just months before had accomplished what all the armies of France had been unable to do. She had restored the French monarchy and given her people a king they could believe in. But picture also the shadow that was already falling across Joan's triumph. The very success that made her a saint to her followers made her a dangerous enemy to others. The Burgundians, French nobles who had allied with the English, saw her as a threat to their power. The English saw her as a witch, whose supernatural influence had to be destroyed. At Compiègne in 1430, Joan was captured in a skirmish with Burgundian forces. Imagine the moment when this extraordinary young woman, who had seemed blessed by fortune itself, found herself prisoner in enemy hands. Her king, the man she had crowned, made no serious attempt to ransom her. The nobles she had elevated seemed content to let her face her fate alone. Picture Joan's trial in Rouen, conducted by French clerics, but under English authority. They accused her of witchcraft, of heresy, of wearing men's clothing, any charge that might justify what they had already decided to do. This peasant girl, who had never learned to read, faced the most learned theologians of her time, and defended herself with a courage and wit that amazed even her enemies. Can you imagine her final moments? On May 30, 1431, Joan of Arc was burned at the stake in the marketplace of Rouen. She was 19 years old. As the flames rose around her, witnesses said, she called out the name of Jesus, and many who had come to see her die went away convinced they had witnessed the murder of a saint. Do you think Joan knew as she faced the fire that her work was already complete? She had given France something more precious than military victory. She had given her people back their faith in themselves. Now let time flow gently forward through the remaining years of this ancient conflict. Picture France in the decades following Joan's death, slowly but steadily pushing the English back toward the sea. The inspiration Joan had kindled continued to burn in French hearts, long after her own light had been extinguished. Charles VII, the king Joan had crowned, proved to be more capable than anyone had expected. Imagine him transforming from the uncertain Dauphin who had hidden south of the Loire into a monarch who understood that wars were won not just by brave charges but by patient administration, by tax collection, by the gradual building of royal power. Picture the English position in France, slowly crumbling like a castle built on sand. Without the unifying presence of a Henry V, English nobles began to quarrel among themselves. The infant King Henry VI grew into a pious but weak ruler who seemed more interested in founding colleges than in governing kingdoms. Can you imagine the war weariness that settled over both nations as the decades passed? Fathers who had fought at Agincourt saw their sons die in obscure skirmishes that changed nothing. The great adventure that had begun with such hopes of glory had become a grinding routine of siege and counter-siege, of battles that determined the fate of villages whose names would be forgotten within a generation. Picture the final English strongholds, Calais on the coast, a few scattered garrisons clinging to their walls, while the French countryside around them returned to French control. The great dream of an English empire in France was fading like morning mist, leaving behind only memories and graves. In 1449, the French began their final push to drive the English from Normandy. Imagine Charles VII's armies, now well-equipped and disciplined, methodically reducing English strongholds one by one. The descendants of the men who had followed William the Conqueror to England 4 centuries earlier were now being driven from the land their ancestors had claimed. Let your mind rest now on July 17, 1453, on a field near the town of Castillon in Gascony. Here, after more than a century of warfare, the 100 Years' War would finally end, not with a treaty or a negotiation, but with one last decisive battle. Picture John Talbot, Earl of Shrewsbury, the greatest English commander of his generation, leading what he knew might be the final English army to take the field in France. Talbot was in his 70s, an old man by medieval standards, but he had been fighting the French for so long that war was the only life he knew. Imagine the French army waiting behind their field fortifications, equipped now with the cannons that were beginning to change the nature of warfare. These were not the desperate defenders of Orleans or the mud-soaked knights of Agincourt. These were professional soldiers, well-supplied and confident in their cause. Can you picture the moment when Talbot, seeing what appeared to be a French retreat, ordered his men to charge? It was the old English way, the bold attack that had won so many battles in the past. But this time, the French were not retreating. They were drawing the English into a trap where cannons and crossbows could cut them down with merciless efficiency. Picture the end of this ancient conflict, not with the glory and drama that poets would sing, but with an old warrior dying in the mud, his dreams of conquest buried with him. Talbot fell at Castillon, and with him fell the last hope of English dominion over France. Imagine the silence that followed the battle, the strange quiet that settles over a field where so much history has just ended. The 100 Years' War was over, not because someone signed a treaty, but because there were no more English armies left to fight. As you rest now in the peaceful aftermath of this great conflict, picture the world that emerged from over a century of warfare. England, driven from her French possessions, would turn her energies toward trade and exploration, toward the sea that had always been her true highway. Can you imagine English merchants and sailors, no longer dreaming of French castles, beginning to look toward India and the Americas? Picture France, exhausted but united as she had never been before. The war that had nearly destroyed her had also forged her into a true nation, with a strong monarchy and a sense of identity that would endure for centuries. The scattered duchies and counties that had once owed only loose allegiance to their king had been welded together by the shared experience of resistance and survival. Think of the changes that this long war had brought to the art of warfare itself. The age of the mounted knight, which had dominated European battlefields for centuries, was drawing to a close. Picture the English longbowmen at Crécy and Agincourt, common men whose skill had proven that birth and breeding were no match for discipline and training. Imagine the cannons that had thundered at Castillon, harbingers of a new age when walls that had stood for centuries could be brought down in days, when the very nature of fortification and siegecraft would have to be reimagined. Can you picture the social changes that war had wrought? Peasants who had learned to fight as soldiers returned to their villages with new ideas about their place in the world. The feudal bonds that had held medieval society together had been strained and broken by the demands of constant warfare. Picture the women who had been touched by this conflict, not just Joan of Arc, but countless others who had managed estates while their husbands fought, who had defended castles under siege, who had kept the fabric of society together while the world of men tore itself apart in battle after battle. Now, as you let your mind drift through the aftermath of this great conflict, imagine the stories that veterans told their children and grandchildren. Picture an old soldier, perhaps one who had stood in the English lines at Agincourt, sitting by his fireplace on a winter evening, trying to explain to his grandson what it had been like to face impossible odds and somehow survive. Can you hear his voice, grown soft with age, as he describes the morning mist rising from the muddy fields, the sound of thousands of arrows whistling through the air, the moment when victory snatched itself from the jaws of certain defeat? Do you think his grandson could truly understand what it meant to be part of something so much larger than himself? Picture the French families who gathered around their own hearths, sharing memories of Joan of Arc, not the saint of later legend, but the peasant girl they had known, who had somehow convinced a kingdom that miracles were still possible. Imagine grandmothers telling their granddaughters about the day when hope returned to France in the form of a teenager with unshakable faith. These stories, passed down through generations like precious heirlooms, became part of the soul of both nations. The English would remember their victories, Crécy, Poitiers, Agincourt, as proof that courage and skill could triumph over overwhelming odds. The French would remember their recovery, their refusal to surrender even in the darkest hour, as evidence that no defeat need be permanent if the spirit remains unbroken. Can you imagine how these memories shaped the way these nations saw themselves? England, the island kingdom that had dared to challenge the greatest power in Europe, and for a time had seemed destined to rule both sides of the Channel. France, the ancient realm that had learned to transform apparent weakness into ultimate strength, that had discovered unity through suffering. As you rest in this gentle twilight of remembrance, consider what this great war taught the world about the nature of conflict itself. Picture the mapmakers of 1453, comparing their charts to those drawn in 1337, marveling at how little the borders had changed, despite all the blood that had been spilled. England had begun the war claiming the throne of France, and ended it holding only the port city of Calais, a single foothold on the continent that would itself be lost within a century. France had started the conflict as a collection of semi-independent duchies and emerged as a unified kingdom, under a strong monarchy. Do you think the men who began this war could have imagined such an outcome? Can you picture Edward III's ghost walking through the halls of Westminster, contemplating the irony that his great enterprise had ultimately strengthened the very kingdom it had been meant to conquer? Imagine the scholars and chroniclers of the late 15th century, trying to make sense of this great conflict that had dominated their world for so long. They saw that wars, however they begin, take on a life of their own, becoming something far different from what their originators intended. They learned that nations, like individuals, can endure far more suffering than anyone thinks possible, that the human capacity for resilience in the face of seemingly insurmountable challenges is perhaps the most remarkable thing about our species. Picture the young princes and nobles who came of age as the war finally ended, trying to understand a world at peace. For them, constant warfare had been the natural state of things. The idea that England and France might coexist without one trying to conquer the other seemed strange and unnatural. Can you imagine their confusion as they discovered that peace too brought its own challenges? Armies that had been essential for survival became expensive burdens. Nobles who had found purpose and glory in war had to discover new ways to serve their kingdoms. The entire structure of society, which had adapted itself to the demands of constant conflict, had to be rebuilt for the requirements of peace. As your mind settles into the peaceful rhythm of remembrance, think of all the unnamed people who lived through this great conflict, the farmers who replanted their fields after armies had passed through, the merchants who rebuilt their businesses after cities had been sacked, the mothers who raised children in the shadow of constant war. Picture a peasant woman in Normandy, perhaps in the 1440s, teaching her daughter to tend the family garden. This woman might have been born during the chaos following Agincourt, grown up during the years of English occupation, and lived to see French rule restored. Her entire life had been shaped by war, yet she had somehow found the strength to nurture new life, to pass on the skills and knowledge that would help her daughter survive in whatever world awaited her. Can you imagine the quiet heroism of such a life? This woman would never be remembered in the chronicles of kings and nobles, yet her persistence, her refusal to give up hope, was as essential to France's survival as any victory won by her knights and soldiers. Think of the English merchant who had built his fortune on the wool trade with Flanders, watching his business collapse as war disrupted the ancient commercial routes between England and the continent. Picture him teaching his son not just the skills of trade, but the patience and adaptability needed to survive in a world where the rules could change overnight. Imagine the scribes and clerks who kept the records of this great war, patiently documenting the names of the dead, the costs of campaigns, the terms of treaties that were signed and broken, and signed again. Their careful handwriting preserved the details that allow us, centuries later, to understand what this conflict meant to the people who lived through it. Do you think these quiet heroes understood their own importance? Can you picture them going about their daily tasks, keeping accounts, tending fields, raising children, unaware that their persistence was weaving the fabric of civilization back together, even as the great events of their time seemed to be tearing it apart? Now let your imagination carry you to the courts of Europe in the 1450s, where kings and nobles were beginning to understand that the world had fundamentally changed. The 100 Years' War had been more than just a conflict between England and France. It had been the death throes of the medieval world. Picture the last knights of the old school, men who had learned the code of chivalry from their fathers and grandfathers, trying to understand a world where cannons could knock down castle walls, and common soldiers with crossbows could kill the greatest warriors. The romance of warfare, if it had ever truly existed, was fading like the colors in an old tapestry. Imagine the kings of this new age, learning that royal power could no longer depend on the personal loyalty of great nobles who might switch sides whenever it suited their interests. The war had taught them that effective government required professional administrators, standing armies, and the ability to raise taxes from their subjects rather than relying on feudal obligations. Can you picture the merchants and bankers who had grown wealthy, financing this great conflict, understanding that their gold had become as important as any knight's sword in determining the outcome of battles? The age of the warrior king was giving way to the age of the calculating prince, who understood that economics and warfare were intimately connected. Think of the scholars and artists who would soon usher in the Renaissance, many of them born during the final decades of the 100 Years' War. They grew up in a world that had been forced to question all its old certainties, that had learned to adapt and innovate in order to survive. The creativity that would flower in the 15th and 16th centuries was rooted in the disruption and chaos of the Great War that was finally ending. Picture the printing presses that were beginning to appear in the major cities of Europe, ready to spread news and ideas faster than ever before. The stories of this great war would be among the first to be preserved, not just in the memories of storytellers, but in books that could be copied and distributed throughout the continent. Let time flow gently forward from that battlefield near Castillon, where old Talbot fell and with him the last hopes of English conquest. Picture France in the months following that final victory, a kingdom slowly awakening from a nightmare that had lasted longer than most people could remember. Imagine Charles VII receiving the news of Talbot's defeat, not with wild celebration, but with the quiet relief of a man who has carried an impossible burden for so long that he has almost forgotten what it feels like to set it down. Can you picture him in his private chambers, alone for perhaps the first time in years, allowing himself to believe that the long struggle was finally over? Think of the English survivors of Castillon, making their way to the coast, like scattered leaves blown by an autumn wind. These men, many of them born in France, and knowing no other home, now faced the prospect of exile to an island they had never seen. Picture their confusion as they realized that the only life they had ever known, the life of English lords ruling French lands, was coming to an end. Can you imagine the French peasants emerging from their hiding places, cautiously returning to fields that had been battlegrounds for so long they had almost forgotten what peace looked like? Picture an old farmer bent with age and hardship, kneeling to touch soil that was finally truly French again, tears streaming down his weathered cheeks, as he realizes his grandchildren might grow up without the sound of war drums echoing across the countryside. As the immediate shock of victory began to fade, picture France taking stock of what the Great War had cost her. Entire regions lay depopulated, their villages abandoned to the wild. Roads that had once carried merchants and pilgrims were now overgrown with weeds and haunted by memories of the armies that had marched along them. Imagine the royal clerks attempting to count the true cost of the conflict, not just in gold spent on armies and fortifications, but in the lives lost, the children never born, the harvests never gathered. The numbers, when they were finally tallied, would have staggered those who commissioned the count. Picture the great libraries and monasteries, repositories of centuries of learning, many of them burned or abandoned during the chaos of war. Monks returning to their cloisters, found manuscripts scattered to the wind, illuminated pages that had taken years to create now serving as kindling for soldiers' fires or fodder for horses. Can you see the cathedral builders returning to their work after decades of interruption? Notre Dame de Paris, Rheims, Chartres, these great monuments to human faith and artistry had stood like islands of permanence in an ocean of chaos, but even they bore scars from the years of conflict. Think of the noble families on both sides of the Channel, counting their losses not in acres of land or chests of gold, but in the sons who would never return home. Picture the great halls that had once echoed with the laughter of young knights, now silent except for the whispers of servants and the prayers of widowed mothers. Do you think the survivors of this great conflict ever truly understood what they had been part of? Can you imagine veterans trying to explain to their children what it had been like to live through an event that had reshaped the very idea of what England and France meant? Now let your mind cross the Channel to England, where the loss of the French territories forced a fundamental reassessment of the kingdom's destiny. Picture the English nobles who had held lands in Normandy and Gascony for generations, suddenly finding themselves confined to their island home with no outlet for their martial ambitions. Imagine the young men who might once have sought their fortunes in the wars in France, now turning their eyes toward the sea. The ships that had once carried armies to French beaches began to carry merchants to distant shores, explorers to unknown lands, adventurers to the far corners of the world. Can you picture the transformation of English seaports in the decades following the war? Bristol, Plymouth, Southampton, these towns that had once been staging points for military expeditions now became the launching pads for commercial ventures that would eventually span the globe. Think of the wool merchants who had lost their traditional markets in Flanders, now seeking new customers across the Atlantic. Picture the younger sons of noble families, who might once have made their careers as soldiers in France, now becoming sea captains and colonial administrators in lands whose names had not yet been spoken by European tongues. Do you think this turn toward the sea was a conscious choice, or simply the natural result of circumstances? Can you imagine England's maritime empire beginning not with grand plans of conquest, but with the simple need to find new purposes for a warrior class that had suddenly found itself without a war? Picture the first English ships to round the Cape of Good Hope, to reach the coast of India, to land on the shores of North America. In their holds, they carried not just trade goods, but the accumulated experience of centuries of warfare in Europe, the organizational skills, the tactical knowledge, the simple habit of command that had been forged in the crucible of the 100 Years' War. Meanwhile, across the Channel, imagine France using the hard-won lessons of the Great War to transform herself into something unprecedented in European history, a truly unified kingdom under a powerful monarchy that commanded the loyalty of all its subjects. Picture Charles VII's successors, kings who understood that the feudal system that had nearly destroyed France during the war's darkest years could never be allowed to resurrect itself. They began the patient work of building a centralized state, creating royal officials who answered directly to the crown rather than to local nobles. Can you see the new royal army taking shape? Not the feudal levy that had been so unreliable during the war, but a professional force paid by the king and loyal to him alone. Picture the training grounds where former peasants learned the arts of war, where cannons were cast and tested, where the military revolution that had ended the war continued to evolve. Think of the royal court at Tours, then Amboise, finally settling at the great chateau of the Loire Valley. These were not the grim fortresses of the war years, but palaces designed to showcase the power and sophistication of the French monarchy. Picture the Italian artists and architects who came to France, bringing with them the ideas and techniques of the Renaissance. Imagine the French language itself beginning to evolve and spread, no longer just the dialect of the Ile-de-France, but becoming the tongue of administration, literature and culture throughout the kingdom. The unity that had been forged in the fire of resistance to English invasion was now being expressed in 1,000 different ways. Can you picture the French countryside slowly healing from the wounds of war? New villages rising where old ones had been destroyed, forests replanted where armies had cut them down for siege engines, roads rebuilt to carry merchants rather than soldiers. Do you think the peasants who benefited from this renewal understood how their suffering during the war had contributed to France's ultimate strength? Picture them bringing their harvests to market in towns that bustled with peaceful commerce, perhaps not realizing that their prosperity was built on the foundation of their ancestors' endurance. As France emerged from the shadow of war, imagine the explosion of cultural creativity that followed, as if the kingdom's spirit, long suppressed by the necessities of survival, was finally free to express itself in art, literature and learning. Picture the court of Louis XI, Charles VII's son, where scholars and poets gathered to celebrate not just military victory, but the triumph of French civilization itself. Can you see the manuscripts being copied and illuminated, preserving not just the wisdom of antiquity, but the fresh thoughts of a generation that had learned to question old assumptions. Think of the chateau being built along the Loire, architectural marvels that combined the defensive lessons learned during the war with the aesthetic principles of the Italian Renaissance. Picture Chambord, Chambédard, Chanelars, Amboise, palaces that announced to the world that France was no longer a kingdom at war, but a civilization at peace. Imagine the troubadours and chroniclers who began to shape the stories of the Great War into the legends that would inspire future generations. The raw history of siege and battle was being transformed into romance and epic, creating the mythical France that would capture imaginations for centuries to come. Can you picture Joan of Arc's transformation from the peasant girl who had died at Rouen into the saint and symbol that she became in French memory? Her story, polished by countless retellings, became not just history, but inspiration, proof that France could work miracles when necessity demanded them. Think of the universities of Paris and Orléans, slowly rebuilding their libraries and recruiting new scholars from across Europe. Picture the debates that raged in their halls about theology, philosophy, and natural science, discussions that would have been impossible during the chaos of the war years. Do you think the scholars of this period understood that their intellectual freedom was purchased with the blood spilled at Crécy and Agincourt, at Orléans and Castillon? Can you imagine them pursuing their studies by candlelight, surrounded by books that had survived the flames of war, perhaps not fully grasping the fragility of the civilization they were helping to rebuild? Now let your mind return to England, where the end of the Great War had created different but equally profound changes. Picture a kingdom that had been defined for centuries by its continental ambitions, suddenly forced to discover what it meant to be simply English. Imagine the English language itself evolving during this period, no longer competing with French as the tongue of the court and nobility. Picture Geoffrey Chaucer's successors, poets and writers who could assume their readers spoke English as their native tongue, who could explore the full richness of their language without apology or explanation. Can you see the English countryside taking on the character it would retain for centuries? Those hedgerows and villages, manor houses and parish churches that created a landscape uniquely different from continental Europe. Without the constant drain of French wars, English landlords could invest in improving their estates rather than equipping armies. Think of the English Parliament growing in power and confidence, no longer simply a body that kings consulted when they needed money for foreign wars. Picture the debates in Westminster Hall, where representatives of shires and boroughs began to assert their right to participate in governing the realm. Imagine the English merchants, freed from the disruptions of continental warfare, beginning to develop the commercial practices and institutions that would eventually make London the financial centre of the world. Can you picture the guild halls and counting houses where fortunes were built on trade rather than conquest? Picture the English universities, Oxford and Cambridge, beginning to develop their own distinctive character, no longer simply copying continental models, but creating uniquely English approaches to learning and scholarship. The tutorial system, the collegiate structure, the emphasis on classical education that would shape English intellectual life for centuries, all of these emerged from the post-war period of national self-discovery. Do you think the English of this period mourned the loss of their French Empire? Or did they sense that their island kingdom was destined for different and perhaps greater things? Can you imagine merchants in London's docks, loading ships bound for distant ports, understanding that they were pioneering new routes to wealth and power that would eventually prove more valuable than all the French territories their ancestors had fought to hold? As you rest your mind on the military innovations that emerged from this great conflict, picture the transformation of warfare itself. The 100 Years' War had been a laboratory for new tactics, new weapons, new approaches to the ancient art of organized violence. Imagine the armorsmiths of Milan and Augsburg, studying the arrows that had pierced French knights at Crécy and developing new techniques to create steel that could turn aside the bodkin points of English longbows. Picture their workshops, filled with the ring of hammers on anvils, where craftsmen worked to restore the advantage to heavy cavalry that the English archers had taken away. Can you see the early cannoneers, men who combined the knowledge of alchemists with the skills of metalworkers, learning through dangerous trial and error how to cast bronze guns that could knock down castle walls without exploding and killing their crews? These pioneers of artillery were literally reshaping the medieval world, making obsolete fortifications that had stood for centuries. Think of the military engineers who began to design new types of fortifications. The Tres Italienne with its star-shaped bastions that could withstand cannon fire, the carefully calculated angles that gave defenders clear fields of fire against attackers. Picture them walking the walls of ancient castles, making notes about what needed to be changed if stone were to continue protecting against steel. Imagine the drill masters who began to train infantry in the complex maneuvers that would be necessary on battlefields dominated by firearms. The English longbowmen had shown that disciplined common soldiers could defeat noble cavalry. Now the challenge was to create formations that could deliver coordinated volleys of crossbow bolts or early musket balls. Can you picture the military theorists of the late 15th century studying the battles of the Great War and trying to extract general principles that could guide future commanders? Picture them poring over maps of Crécy and Agincourt, trying to understand exactly why the English had won, what lessons could be learned about the use of terrain, the positioning of troops, the timing of attacks. Do you think these military innovators understood that they were not just improving the tools of war, but fundamentally changing the nature of political power itself? Picture a world where the ability to afford cannons and train professional soldiers was becoming more important than the feudal obligations that had once determined military strength. Now let your imagination drift to the quieter but equally important changes taking place in the art of diplomacy. Picture the royal courts of Europe in the decades following Castillon, where ambassadors and negotiators were developing new ways of conducting relations between kingdoms. Imagine the first permanent embassies being established, diplomatic posts where representatives of one kingdom lived permanently in another, observing, reporting, negotiating on behalf of their distant masters. Can you see the challenge this presented to kings who had been accustomed to conducting diplomacy through occasional embassies and royal marriages? Think of the new diplomatic protocols being developed, the careful rules about precedence and ceremony that allowed representatives of different kingdoms to meet without giving offense, the intricate codes that governed written communications between royal courts. Picture the intelligence networks that began to emerge from these diplomatic contacts. Ambassadors were not just negotiators, but also spies, carefully observing the military preparations, economic conditions, and political tensions in the kingdoms where they served. Can you imagine the secret letters being written in invisible ink, the coded messages that carried vital information across hundreds of miles? Think of the marriage negotiations that became increasingly important as kingdoms sought to cement alliances without resort to warfare. Picture the portraits being commissioned to show potential brides and grooms to their prospective partners, the careful investigations into dowries and inheritance rights that could determine the fate of nations. Can you see the emergence of international law, the slowly developing consensus about what constituted legitimate warfare, proper treatment of prisoners, acceptable behavior during sieges? The 100 Years' War had shown the terrible costs of unlimited conflict. Now diplomats were trying to create rules that might limit future wars. Do you think the diplomats of this period understood that they were creating the foundation for the modern system of international relations? Picture them in their studies, drafting treaties and protocols that would still influence how nations deal with each other centuries later. As your mind settles into contemplation of the economic changes wrought by the Great War, picture the transformation of European commerce that followed the end of hostilities. The disruption of traditional trade routes had forced merchants to become more innovative, more adaptable, more willing to take risks in pursuit of profit. Imagine the Flemish cities, Bruges, Ghent, Ypres, slowly recovering from the devastation of war, but finding that their monopoly on the cloth trade had been broken. Picture Italian merchants establishing new routes through the Mediterranean, German traders opening paths through Central Europe, English wool finding its way to markets that had never heard of Flanders. Can you see the new financial instruments being developed to support this expanded trade? Letters of credit that allowed merchants to do business across vast distances without carrying chests of gold. Insurance policies that protected ships and cargoes against the hazards of long voyages. Banking houses that could coordinate commercial activities across multiple kingdoms. Think of the technological innovations that were spreading through Europe, the improved ship designs that allowed for longer voyages, the navigational instruments that made ocean travel safer, the printing presses that could distribute commercial information faster than ever before. Picture the social changes that accompanied this commercial revolution. In the cities of Northern Europe, merchant families were rising to positions of wealth and influence that had once been reserved for the nobility. Can you imagine the tension this created, as traditional aristocrats found themselves dependent on the financial support of men they considered their social inferiors? Think of the craftsmen and artisans who were organizing themselves into new types of guilds, associations that protected their interests while also sharing technical knowledge and maintaining standards of quality. Picture the workshops where new techniques were being developed, the apprenticeship systems that preserved and transmitted specialized skills. Can you see the agricultural improvements that were slowly transforming the European countryside? New crops being introduced, better plowing techniques being adopted, more efficient ways of organizing farm labor being developed. The devastation of war had forced innovation in agriculture just as it had in commerce and industry. Do you think the merchants and farmers of this period understood that they were laying the foundation for the economic dominance that Europe would exercise over the rest of the world in the centuries to come? Picture them going about their daily business, buying and selling, planting and harvesting, perhaps not realizing that their innovations were creating the wealth that would fund future explorations and conquests. As you rest in this period of apparent peace, following the Great War, can you sense the seeds of future conflicts already beginning to germinate? Picture the map of Europe in the 1460s and 1470s where new powers were rising and old balances were being disturbed. Imagine the Ottoman Empire, pressing ever closer to the heart of Europe, its armies carrying the crescent banner toward Vienna and Budapest. The end of the 100 Years' War had freed French and English energies for other purposes, but it had also removed a major distraction from the Islamic threat that was advancing from the southeast. Can you see the Spanish kingdoms, Castile and Aragon, beginning their own expansion, their eyes turning toward the Mediterranean and eventually toward the vast unknown lands across the Atlantic? Picture Christopher Columbus in the 1480s, carrying his plans from court to court, seeking the financial backing that would eventually come from Isabella of Castile. Think of the Holy Roman Empire, that ancient institution that had been weakened by internal divisions during the Great War, now facing new challenges from all directions. Picture the Habsburg family, beginning their rise to continental dominance, their marriage alliances creating a network of power that would dominate European politics for centuries. Imagine the Italian city-states, Venice, Genoa, Florence, Milan, continuing their complex dance of alliance and betrayal, their wealth making them prizes that every major power coveted, but none could easily conquer. Can you see the young Niccolo Machiavelli observing these political maneuvers, beginning to formulate the theories about power and statecraft that would influence political thought for centuries? Picture the nascent Russian state under Ivan III, beginning to shake off the Mongol yoke and assert its claim to be the heir of the Byzantine Empire. The Great War in the West had distracted European attention from developments in the East, but now a new power was emerging that would eventually challenge the established order. Can you see the seeds of the Protestant Reformation already being planted in the universities and monasteries of Northern Europe? The disruption of traditional authority during the 100 Years' War had created space for new ideas about religious authority and individual conscience. Do you think the statesmen of the late 15th century understood that they were not entering an age of peace, but simply a period when the focus of conflict would shift to new theaters and new issues? Picture them studying their maps and planning their strategies, perhaps not realizing that they were preparing for struggles that would prove even more transformative than the Great War that had just ended. Now let your mind wander through the physical monuments that the 100 Years' War left behind. The castles and churches, the battlefields and burial grounds that still speak to us across the centuries of the great drama that unfolded there. Picture Vincennes, the royal castle where Charles V planned his strategy for wearing down English power through patience rather than glory. Can you see its towers rising above the Bois de Vincennes, its walls still bearing the scars of modifications made to accommodate the new artillery that was changing warfare? Imagine Warwick Castle in England, stronghold of the Kingmaker, Richard Neville, whose family had grown powerful during the French wars and would soon use that power to tear England apart in the Wars of the Roses. Picture its great hall where veterans of Crozet and Poitiers gathered to share their memories and plan for conflicts yet to come. Think of the Cathedral of Reims, where Charles VII was crowned through Joan of Arc's insistence, its Gothic spires reaching toward heaven like prayers made manifest in stone. Can you see the stained glass windows that depict not just biblical scenes but moments from France's struggle for independence, the sacred and the secular united in colored light? Picture the battlefield of Agincourt, now peaceful farmland, where crops grow in soil enriched by the blood of knights and common soldiers. Imagine a farmer's plow turning up fragments of armor or arrowheads, physical reminders of the day when the fate of kingdoms was decided in the mud of northern France. Can you see Mont Saint-Michel, that abbey fortress rising from the tidal flats of Normandy, one of the few places in northern France that never fell to English conquest? Picture the monks continuing their prayers, even as armies marched back and forth across the surrounding countryside, their devotions providing a constant counterpoint to the violence of war. Think of the Tower of London, where the French royal regalia captured at various battles was displayed as proof of English victories, where French prisoners of royal blood waited for ransom or death. Picture the ravens that were said to guard the tower, black-winged sentinels, watching over the symbols of conquered kingdoms. Imagine the parish churches throughout England and France, where memorial brasses and stone effigies commemorate the knights and soldiers who died in the Great War. Picture the carved inscriptions asking for prayers for the souls of men whose names are now known only to God and to the stone that preserves their memory. Can you see the illuminated manuscripts that preserve the chronicles of the war, the Froissart Chronicles, with their vivid miniatures showing knights in combat, the careful handwriting that recorded the deeds of heroes and the deaths of kings? Picture the scribes working by candlelight to preserve these stories for future generations. Do you think these physical reminders of the Great War carry some trace of the human emotions that were invested in them? Can you imagine touching the stones of Reims Cathedral, or walking the field at Crécy, and feeling some echo of the hope and fear, the triumph and despair that were once so intense in these places? As your mind settles into gentle reflection, picture all the unnamed people whose lives were shaped by the Great War, but whose stories were never recorded in the chronicles of kings and battles. These are the people whose quiet heroism sustained civilization through its darkest hours. Imagine the village priest who continued to say Mass even when armies were camped outside his church, who buried the dead and comforted the living, who kept alive the hope that God had not abandoned his people despite all appearances to the contrary. Picture him in his simple cassock, moving through his parish, like a shepherd, tending his flock, his faith unshaken by the chaos around him. Think of the merchant's wife, who kept her husband's business running while he was away on trading ventures made dangerous by war, who raised their children to be honest and hard-working, despite living in a world where violence often seemed more profitable than virtue. Can you see her at her counting table, carefully recording transactions, building the foundation of commercial trust that would outlast any military conquest? Picture the master craftsman who continued to teach his apprentices the secrets of his trade even when there seemed to be no market for his goods, who preserved skills and knowledge that would be needed when peace finally returned. Imagine him in his workshop, surrounded by the tools of his craft, passing on to the next generation the accumulated wisdom of centuries. Think of the midwife who brought new life into the world even as war brought death, who helped mothers deliver children who would grow up to rebuild what their parents' generation had torn down. Can you see her gentle hands, worn by years of service, helping to welcome new souls into a world that desperately needed hope? Picture the minstrel who carried news and songs from village to village, who preserved in verse and melody the stories that might otherwise be forgotten, who reminded people that there was beauty in the world even when ugliness seemed to dominate. Imagine his voice rising in song around a tavern fire, carrying listeners away from their immediate troubles, to a realm where heroes triumphed and justice prevailed. Can you see the farmer's daughter who learned to read despite having no formal schooling, who copied out prayers and stories for her neighbors, who kept the light of learning alive in places where schools had been destroyed and teachers had fled? Picture her by candlelight, carefully forming letters on precious parchment, preserving knowledge for those who would come after. Think of the old soldier who had lost a leg at Poitiers, but who spent his remaining years teaching village boys how to defend their homes, who passed on the hard-won lessons of survival to a generation that would need them. Imagine him demonstrating sword techniques with a wooden blade, his movements still graceful despite his disability. Do you think these quiet heroes understood their own importance? Can you picture them going about their daily tasks, teaching, healing, creating, preserving without realizing that their faithful service was weaving the fabric of civilization back together, even as the great events of their time seemed to be tearing it apart. Now, as evening deepens around our long tale, let your mind rest on the dreams and hopes that sustained people through the darkest years of the Great War. Picture the visions of peace that kept hope alive when victory seemed impossible and defeat appeared certain. Imagine a French peasant woman in the 1420s during the darkest years of English occupation, teaching her young son about the France that existed before the war, and the France that would exist again when peace returned. Can you see her describing the festivals and markets, the pilgrimages and celebrations that had once marked the rhythm of the year? Someday, she might have whispered to her child as they hid from passing soldiers, someday you will see France as she truly is, not this broken land of armies and battles, but the gentle mother who provides for all her children. You will see the vineyards heavy with grapes, the fields golden with wheat, the roads filled with merchants and pilgrims rather than soldiers and refugees. Picture an English lord in his castle, writing letters to his son, who was campaigning in France, trying to explain why the sacrifices were worthwhile, what kind of world they hoped to create through their struggles. Can you see him struggling to find words that would justify the cost, the hope that conquest might somehow bring peace? We fight, he might have written, not for the joy of battle, but for the dream of a realm where English justice and French prosperity might be united under one crown, where the Channel might become not a barrier between enemies, but a highway connecting parts of a greater kingdom. Think of Joan of Arc in her cell at Rouen, facing the flames that would consume her body, but not her vision of what France could become. Picture her final prayers, not for herself but for the kingdom she would never see restored, for the people who would live in the peace that her sacrifice was helping to purchase. Can you imagine the merchants and craftsmen of both kingdoms, dreaming of a time when trade could flow freely across borders, when skills and goods could be exchanged without the constant threat of war disrupting their plans? Picture them making tentative contact during truces and ceasefires, beginning the relationships that would eventually heal the wounds that war had opened. Think of the scholars and artists who preserved their dreams of beauty and truth, through years when violence seemed to be the only reality that mattered. Picture them in their scriptoriums and workshops, creating works of art and learning that would outlast any military victory, that would remind future generations of what human beings could accomplish when they were free to pursue their highest aspirations. Can you see the children who grew up during the war, listening to their grandparents' stories of peaceful times, trying to imagine a world where the sound of church bells would not be mingled with the clash of arms? Picture them playing games that mimicked not the battles around them but the festivals and celebrations their elders described. Do you think these dreams of peace were naive, or were they the wisdom that comes from understanding what is truly valuable in human life? Can you imagine how the vision of a better world sustained people through trials that might otherwise have broken their spirits? Let your mind drift now through the natural rhythms that continued unchanged throughout the Great War, the turning of seasons that reminded people that there were forces in the world larger and more enduring than any human conflict. Picture spring arriving in the French countryside in 1429, just as Joan of Arc was beginning her mission to save France. Can you see the apple trees blooming despite the armies camped beneath them, the same flowers that had welcomed countless springs before the war began, and would continue to bloom long after it ended? Imagine farmers in both England and France making the eternal gamble of planting crops even when they could not be sure who would harvest them. Picture them scattering seed in ground that might soon be trampled by cavalry, trusting in the ancient rhythm of sowing and reaping that had sustained human civilization since the beginning of time. Think of the migrating birds that crossed the Channel each spring and fall, carrying no banners, acknowledging no borders, following routes established long before humans began dividing the world into kingdoms and principalities. Can you see them flying over battlefields and peaceful villages with equal indifference, their journey driven by instincts older than any human ambition? Picture the winter nights when snow covered both English and French soil with the same white blanket, when the cold affected besiegers and besieged equally, when the fundamental equality of all human beings in the face of nature became impossible to ignore. Can you imagine the harvest moons that rose over Europe during the war years, their light falling impartially on the camps of enemies, reminding all who saw them that the universe operated according to laws more ancient and more reliable than any treaty or alliance. Think of the Christmas celebrations that continued even in the midst of warfare, when soldiers on both sides would pause to remember that they worshipped the same Prince of Peace, that their faiths taught them to love their enemies even as their kings commanded them to kill those enemies. Picture the Easter services held in damaged churches, where priests proclaimed the resurrection of Christ to congregations that desperately needed to believe in the possibility of new life emerging from death, of hope surviving despite overwhelming evidence of despair. Can you see the summer storms that would suddenly interrupt battles, forcing knights to seek shelter side by side, their enmity temporarily forgotten in the face of lightning and thunder that recognized no distinction?